Well, they put stuff so far out. That's why I always end up tentative because I'm always like, maybe.
That's what I do. I'm like, maybe I'll pull something off.
I don't
I
know
won't be
where
able
I'll
to be there on time. I won't be
Or-
done
or-
till 5. I won't be on time.
All right, what else?
Welcome to tonight's pre-meeting for July 22nd, 2024. We'll start with council. Is there anything, I saw questions about agenda items. Is everything answered, or do we need more discussion?
I had a few questions. The first one was getting some clarity around just the cost estimation that we have for the water treatment facility, and just the overall cost that would incur. I was able to read the email, but I would just, maybe I'd just like to be able to say what the question was, and maybe if you can just give a brief summary of your response.
We have a general contractor, construction manager under contract for this job. So when we get the cost back from them, we want to be able to kind of corroborate that their numbers are in the ballpark of what we would expect to pay for the project. And so that's the reason for going for a third party that does this kind of work on treatment facilities, to have them go through the 560 pages or so of construction plans and 3,000 pages of specifications to really dive into the details to see what this project would cost, and we'll compare it to the actual cost we get back from the contractor. And if they're really far apart, we'll go through a reconciliation process and just try to dial it in. It helps also to know that they're seeing things the same way. A project with this complexity, that not only are the costs kind of coming in line and being verified, if you will, but that they're looking at the project the same way. So there's a benefit, and it's about 0.2% of the overall estimated cost of the construction. So we feel like it's money that's well spent. It could wind up in some significant savings if there's some misinterpretation on the part of the general contractor. So.
And would they establish what the cost estimate would look like, both for our contractor and for how they're gonna be evaluating it? I know sometimes you can get apples to oranges and different things grouped together.
So both our contractor and this consultant that'll do this work will have a quantity takeoff. So they'll go through, and it'll be many spreadsheet pages of different particular items and how many of those that we have. And so we'll be able to make sure that they're looking at things the same that way.
Thank you. It was a big number, and it was helpful to have the detail on what they have to review.
It is a big number, but yes.
And then I had another question about our item covering the hotel stays. I can't remember the actual, I have my email up,
Yeah.
so. And I believe my question was whether this was going to the 25 budget, or what this was actually covering. And maybe if I could also ask, have we already spent some of it? Because it was 325?
Yes, yeah, we have spent some of it. It's for 2024, and then we'll be coming back for another similar request for 2025. And I do have a subject matter specialist here with us if we need more detail. Did I get that right, Kate?
You did.
Oh, good. Great.
Okay, and then the other part of my question was just understanding what other communities are contributing towards something like this.
Yeah, we don't know the exact number that the surrounding communities are spending. We do know that Adams County's allocated $1.6 million for this emergency sheltering hotel stays, so.
And I'm just, well, since you're here, I did have a question about just the effectiveness of this temporary housing, 'cause, I think the one that was probably the most interesting to me was knowing that it could extend for several months out as people were trying to find housing. And just kind of curious if you have any stats on that or thoughts
Please have a chair so people can hear.
Thank you. Kate Scarbeck with Parks, Recreation, and Libraries. Sorry, my voice is doing all sorts of fun things with the air quality we have right now. Yes, we have found that they're very effective. The bridge housing that you're referring to, where it's extended stay, once somebody has a housing voucher, we're placing them in hotels and keeping them there for the duration of their housing search until they find a housing unit that works for them, is in a location that works for them, and that will accept the voucher. We have a 98% housing voucher use rate, and across the nation, it's a 30% housing voucher use rate. But it's because we aren't simply saying to people, well, we'll try to keep in touch with you and we'll try to find you wherever you happen to be moving to. We know where they are, we can connect with them. If by some chance they lose the cell phone we've provided them, we're still able to get in contact with them through the hotel.
It's really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, just knowing where they are makes a huge difference because their lives are so unstable otherwise, unstable.
And the other part I would add to that is that it also helps them start thinking about what their life will look like once they have a permanent housing unit. And so they can begin to accumulate some of the things that they'll need. They can start to feel comfortable staying indoors again, because that is a mental and emotional adjustment if somebody's been living outdoors for years at a time.
Thank you. Christine, did you have anything?
No, I'm good.
I have questions around the wards. I'd like to make sure that we know exactly what it is that we're voting on tonight. And I noticed that there was a section where we can opt to provide feedback. And so I want to know if we opt for that, what does that feedback process look like?
Well, I went to the advisory committee. I was going to talk about that. There's actually 3 scenarios they picked, so we have 3 to pick from. We put on the ballot. If you don't like those 3, I guess we come up with our own, but that's what they came up with, is 3 different scenarios, so that's what we're looking at tonight.
And it will be in post meetings, so no voting. We might poll to see if we have enough people on any one of the options to move forward or not, and depending on all that, we decide where we go.
Perfect, thank you so much. I just, it's been on my mind to make sure that we include the right, I mean, I know we've already reached out to our residents, but I just wanted to know what the full process will look like, but we'll discuss it later.
Counselor Hutt?
No.
Counselor Izadi?
Just wanted to give a shout out to the Wards Advisory Committee. I was also there on the 18th, their final meeting. It was really great seeing all of them deliberate and debate and participate. It's as democratic as it gets, and I know that they worked really hard to get to these recommendations. It took they went through a lot of variables. The consultant was excellent. From what I saw in that meeting, it was fantastic. It was well run, and it's a great example of how a community group can work. So I think that was a good example of a big win for us, was this advisory committee. And they all liked each other. Even when they disagreed a lot, they still collaborated and worked and flexed, right? So it was really great. So those 3 options, they weren't just concocted out of nowhere. It was a good set of minds. So good job to that group.
Counselor DeMott, any questions?
Nope.
Council reports, Counselor Namella?
I attended Dr. Cog last week, and I know I gave you all a briefing on what that was, what that included. Let me just see if I have, maybe you can come back to me, because I had a few things that I wanted to highlight.
Okay, and your report was as if we were there, so.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I know.
No, and it's helpful, because there was no guessing of what was discussed, so thanks for the great report. Counselor DeMott?
Nope, nothing to report.
Counselor Ireland?
So I went to the advisory.
Boards Advisory Board. I also attended the reopening of the 7-Eleven on 128th and Zunai. They had a very nice staff, and their big highlight is they added a new specialty coffee bar there. I also went on the historic Westminster bus tour, which was great. We went to the Bowles House, Charlene and Julia Simper's farm, the Madeleine one-room schoolhouse. I guess you don't get to go there very often, but I think it's one of the only one-room schoolhouses that's still standing in Colorado, so that was interesting. And there's 2 more this summer, so if anyone else wants to join me, that'd be great. That's all I have.
Councilor Carmelia?
Yes, I had a good session on Saturday at Zoe's Coffee. A couple folks showed up. The chief topic of concern was around the Greenway Trail, and so we had a lot of discussion around that, and that was productive. So thanks for folks for coming out, and you can always catch me on the 1st and 3rd. This is not an event that was on our calendar, but this weekend I did end up going to an event it's hosted by Shape Notes Singing, which was at the Grange on Saturday and Sunday, and it's an annual event, and I just call it out because I'm in a choir and I absolutely love singing, but this event drew folks from New Mexico and Arizona and Utah, Minnesota, and it was so neat, and it's a really powerful experience, and it's a bunch of people that get together that love to read, and if you know anything about Shape Notes, it's a little different than reading regular music. Anyway, it's really unique, and I think it's pretty cool that we got to host it here in Westminster, so, yeah.
Thanks. Councilor
Yeah, so today I got to meet with the new airport director, Mr. Dahl. Mr. Montoya was also in the meeting. It was, I thought, a really good meeting. And so a couple things that we talked about is a question that I had was about where our aquifers go and where those are located and what happens to that water. And so Mr. Montoya actually thought that was a good question as well. So he's going to get in contact with some agencies that would have that information. And then he said that that would also be a good way to educate the commissioners and then us if we were, interested, and anybody else who would be interested. And then I was asking him about what has been done already as far as testing and what is required for the construction that they're looking at. And so he was going to look at that and then get that information back to me as well with the purpose of seeing where there might be any holes or gaps. And we talked about, my opinion of what it looks like to be a good neighbor, and that I think that for some of these things, building trust, it would be helpful if they might be willing to go above and beyond some of the FAA regulations, because I think, no matter what any testing shows, if it shows that everything's fine, that's great. But it's really more about prevention. We want to prevent something from happening because it's a whole lot cheaper when you prevent something from happening than dealing with it afterwards. And so he said that they were open to considering that, but the first thing to do would be to look at what they've already done, what the regulations are asking, because it's hard to know what needs to be done if we don't know. We don't want to, do anything that's already been done, or, some things, so in order to see where there may be holes, if there are holes in that, he was going to get that information. So, it was a really good discussion, a really good talk. I was really happy with how open they were to getting that information, and even looked at sharing even more information, because the more I can learn and the better questions I can ask, and the more I can understand what's going on. So that was one meeting, but I was very clear that I'd like to have an ongoing discussion. This was, I thought, a really good start, though.
Great, thanks. Councilor Zadi? And I was on vacation the last 10 days, so I could only report on the beach and the sun and Nantucket. So, be sure and get your green stuff in to Abby. I also want to mention, there's AdCog Wednesday, but at the same time, CDOT's having one of their community information meetings in North Glen. I think it's a little bit different time, but I can't be in Aurora and there at the same time. So I would encourage anybody that didn't want to go to AdCog, could you please go to the CDOT and report to us? And, you know, we're in the middle of the crash corridor. We haven't been funded. They're funding everything up north. So we're the hourglass of I-25. So there's 5 state highways in Adams County that they have to deal with. And so the section that's our crash corridor, right after 36 going north to 84th, you know, connects us to I-25, connects us to 270, connects us to 76. And some things just need to be done. So I would appreciate it if anybody that doesn't have that night booked could maybe attend. So we have covered, both covered. Thanks. Well, we'll see you at the dais at 7 o'clock. Welcome to tonight's meeting of July 22nd, 2024. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to the council meeting for July 22nd, 2024. We thank you for coming and would like to remind all in attendance that our meetings are subject to the rules of decorum that are posted inside the chamber doors. These rules are in effect while our meetings are in session, as well as during breaks and transitions between meetings. We want to be sure all feel welcome and remind attendees there's an expectation that this meeting shall not be disrupted and that threats and intimidation are prohibited. No attendee shall engage in audible expressions of support or opposition for any speaker. Signs and placards are prohibited, and all attendees shall remain seated in the seats provided, not in the aisles, nor shall the doorways be blocked. Roll call, please.
Councillor Carmelia.
Present.
Councillor DeMott.
Present.
Councillor Azadi.
Here.
Councillor Hott. Here. Mayor McNally.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Here.
And Councillor Ireland.
Here. That brings us to Resolution 19, appointing Deputy City Manager Jody Andrews as acting city manager. Councilor DeMott.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt resolution number 19, appointing Deputy City Manager Jody Andrews as acting city manager.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt Resolution 19. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councillor Carmelia.
Yes.
Councillor DeMott.
Yes.
Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
Councillor Hott.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
And Councillor Ireland.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
And now you'll swear him in.
Please raise your right hand. I, Jody Andrews,
I, Jody Andrews,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the constitutions
that I will support the constitutions
of the United States and the state of Colorado
of the United States and the state of Colorado
and the ordinances and city charter
and the ordinances and city charter
of the city of Westminster,
of the city of Westminster,
and faithfully perform the duties
and faithfully perform the duties
of acting city manager
of acting city manager
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Thank you.
That brings us to consideration of minutes of preceding meeting for July 8th. Councilor DeMott.
Thank you, Mayor. Move to approve the minutes of the July 8th, 2024 meeting as presented.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of July 8th, 2024. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, or if, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to presentations. First up is Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
All right, well, Mr. Burke and family, come on up. For letting me present. This is a 20-year, and so I'm going to have Mr. Burke introduce himself and his family.
Sure. John Burke, city engineer. This is my lovely wife, Jewel, my oldest daughter, Hallie, and my youngest daughter, Olivia, and our son is in Omaha, Nebraska.
Thank you for all coming. Mr. Burke, John Burke, was hired in 2004 as a development review engineer. He made the mistake of knowing what the acronym NPDES, National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, anyone? Stood for, and was quickly moved into the stormwater position and started managing capital improvement projects. Over the past 20 years, John was one of the lead project managers for the multifaceted Westminster Station project and helped lead the redevelopment efforts of downtown Westminster, and we got to work together for many, many years. In December 2023, he took on a new role as the city engineer in the newly formed engineering division in the Public Works and Utilities Department. John enjoys spending time with his family and has been married to Julie for 25 years. They adopted all 3 of their kiddos through Adams County foster care. And their oldest, Hallie, was the very first baby relinquished under the Safe Haven law right here at Fire Station number 2 in Westminster. Julie wrote a book about that journey called Fire Station Baby, which inspired John to also write a book, a little less exciting, called RFP, Request for Personality. Hallie just obtained her associate's degree in optics technology. Their son, Xander, will be a sophomore at Iowa Western Community College studying exercise science. And their daughter, Olivia, will be a sophomore in high school and just got her driver's permit. As a family, they enjoy beach vacations, evening walks, and spending time creating memories together. So let's all hear it for Mr. Burke.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Will Tracy Post and any of her guests please join me up front? Are you too busy cooking and eating to come hang out with you? Introduce yourself and anything you want to share.
Hi, I'm Tracy Post. I'm with the fire department. I've been here 20 years.
So Tracy Post began her career with the city in April of 2004 as a secretary of the fire department. Over the past 20 years, she has held the positions as secretary firefighter, paramedic, fire lieutenant, and is currently one of 2 field training officers. Throughout her career, Tracy has received numerous accolades and accomplishments. She is a 4-time recipient of the life-saving honors from the Westminster Public Safety Recognition Foundation. She has been honored twice as Firefighter of the Year by 2 separate organizations, and she was awarded the American Legion's State of Colorado Hero of the Year. She has also been honored by the Colorado House of Representatives for her work in firefighter cancer advocacy. She was very instrumental in getting breast cancer recognized as an occupational cancer for all firefighters in the state of Colorado. On top of this list, Tracy continues to volunteer and serve in the community outside of her position here at the city and was recently recognized by Adams County School District as their Volunteer of the Year. All in all, Tracy will tell you that her greatest accomplishment in life was raising 2 fabulous children. Her daughter, Sarah, is 19, a sophomore in college, with a desire to help others with a career in social work. Her son, Edward, is 22 and serves in the U.S. Navy, currently stationed at Bangor Base in Washington. At this time, Tracy has been very busy and does not have many hobbies, but she is quickly approaching empty nesting, and she looks forward to finally finding a hobby she can really enjoy. So thank you for your service.
Matt Hess. No one's here with you tonight? Oh, gosh, and you didn't get to go?
I'm Matt Hess, and like the two before me, I've been here 20 years, and all within the same division in recreation.
Matt Hess started as recreation specialist in 2004, focusing on the 14 state licensed preschool classes at 3 recreational facilities, taught in youth programs for children age 6 and under, adult general activities, and the Taekwondo Do program. Over the first 3 years, each program area saw a remarkable increase in enrollment and revenue by over 150%, while reducing expenditures. During his tenure, Matt initiated an outdoor education program that included log rolling. Where did you do that? Oh, okay. Stand-up paddleboard lessons and slacklining. He was instrumental in the establishment of the annual family camp night at Stanley Lake. His title was elevated to Recreation Coordinator in 2018, recognizing the ongoing volume of responsibilities of the position. In March of 2023, he was promoted to Recreation Supervisor 1, focusing on managing the staff associated with the adult enrichment, adult sports, and arts programs. During his 20 years with the city, Matt's professional growth and achievements have been recognized with Spirit and Teams in Action awards. Matt enjoys spending his time outside of work with family and friends, staying active, hiking, playing sports, and is a longtime Denver Broncos season ticket holder. Well, let's hope this year.
Fingers crossed.
You can come cry to us if you need to on Monday nights. He also enjoys international travel and hopes to add to the 14 countries he has had the pleasure of already visiting. Congratulations.
Thank you.
He's so picky.
Sometimes. Ready, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations. Christina Howry. Got the whole crew here.
The whole crew.
Welcome. Move down so everybody can fit. And everybody.
I'm Christina Howry. I've been here for 30 years. Been with accounting and finance the entire time.
Wow.
My husband Jamie of 40 years, my middle son Casey, my oldest grandson Cooper, my youngest son Cody, my oldest son Corey, his beautiful wife Amanda, and on the end, beautiful wife Jenna, and my youngest grandson Cash.
Well, thanks for coming and supporting her tonight. Christina started working for the city in June of 1994. She spent 14 years in accounts payable before moving to payroll in 2007. In February 2016, she moved to her current position in accounts receivable. She has been active on the Employee Recognition Action Team, Employee Advisory Committee, and the Citywide Safety Committee. Christina has been selected 3 times in her career as the Customer Service Champion. Congratulations. And has received numerous teams and action awards. Christina was born and raised in Golden, Colorado. Her husband of 39 years, or maybe now it's 40. Jamie is a retired motor patrol officer for the city of Thornton. Thank you for your service. And Christina and Jamie have 3 adult sons, 2 amazing granddaughters, and 2 of the cutest little most amazing grandsons. She enjoys family time, motorcycles, boating, camping, and her 2 Great Danes. Those are big animals. That's like having bigger kids.
Miniature horses.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, everyone look at me. Look at me. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Thank you. us. Who's with us?
Good evening, my name is David Lester, and this is my wife, Jennifer.
And here is your pin and your placard. This is for 35 years. David Lester was hired as a police officer on July 17th, 1989, and feels very fortunate to have had the opportunity to work in a variety of assignments during his 35 years with the city. He has been a field training instructor, a member of the Special Crime Attack Team, Professional Standards Unit Investigator, Investigation Sergeant, Professional Services Commander, Traffic Division Commander, and he is currently in the Specialized Services Division Deputy Chief. Dave was promoted to Sergeant in June of 1999, Commander in July 2008, and Deputy Police Chief in August 2023. Dave was a member of the SWAT team for 25 years. Do you still go up the tower once in a while because you want to?
No.
He was selected as the Optimist Club's Officer of the Year in 1999, received Police Department's Distinguished Service Medal in 2006, and received the Meritorious Service Award in 2014. Dave continues to serve on numerous city and police department committees and boards. Dave has been married for 32 years. He enjoys working out, classic cars, and hanging out with his dog, Enzo. What kind of dog is Enzo?
Enzo's a bulldog.
Oh, you held out on me. Enzo.
I've got plenty of pictures.
Okay. I love bulldogs. That's the reason he held out on me. He didn't want me taken.
All right. All together, ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
This is a big one. Harvey Morris.
How are you doing?
Congratulations. I can't believe it's been this long. Unbelievable. This is 45 years.
Yeah,
Introduce who you are.
yeah, I'm Harvey Morris. I was a police officer about 3 or 4 years, and then I've been a senior code enforcement officer since then.
And who's with you?
Mary, my friend.
Thank you for coming. Harvey Morris was hired in August of 1979 as court liaison officer for the police department. Since 1982, he has served as a code enforcement officer. In this position, he has been instrumental in resolving many codes, conflicts, and violations. Harvey does this in a fair and timely way that de-escalates problems and saves a great deal of money for the city. Harvey now works for the Community Services Department as a senior code enforcement officer to continue assisting with code issues involving the city. Harvey has served as a volunteer on the Westminster Federal Credit Union Board for more than 25 years in various positions. He is currently the board chair, and in his spare time, Harvey likes to play golf and travel. I think you need to stand up and give this man a hand.
And I'll be retiring August 15th.
Thank you. All right.
Oh.
Yep. And then would you like to hold your plaque out for us?
Out for it, okay.
Yep. Perfect. All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations, Harvey.
Thank you. Thank
you. 45 years, whew. Okay. Public comment. The public comment portion of the meeting is an opportunity for the public to communicate with City Council. Each participant will be given no more than 3 minutes on any topic they choose. Public comment is not intended to be a back and forth discussion. If there is a public hearing scheduled for the item on which you wish to speak, please hold your comments and testify when the public hearing is called. Tonight, there are 3 public hearings. A public hearing on the Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan, a public hearing on the inclusion of property into the Orchard Park Place South Metro District, and a public hearing on the dissolution of the Orchard Park Residential Metropolitan District. This evening, the clerk has informed me that we received 10 emails, 3 voicemails by the deadline, which have been transcribed and posted on the online packet and forwarded to the City Council. City Clerk, would you please call the first live speaker?
Yes, the first speaker is Mark Kaiser.
Welcome.
Good evening, City Council. My is regarding Senate Bill 24-131, which you guys are considering. In 1788, Patrick Henry said in the Virginia Convention on the Ratification of the Constitution, "The great object is that every man be armed. Everyone who is able may have a gun." The men were discussing the prospect of giving the government the power to arm the citizens of the new republic. Patrick Henry was completely opposed, not because he didn't want the citizenry to be armed. In fact, his goal was that the citizenry be armed. He was concerned that if the right and ability to protect ourselves was given to someone else, the someone else would not have our best interest at heart. He wanted each one of us to be able to protect ourselves. Patrick Henry recognized it was our job to protect ourselves. If one gives up their rights and then the government refuses to let you arm yourself, you have lost everything. Your daily existence will be precarious because you depend on others whose interests are not affected by your happiness or your right to exist. It was George Washington who said, "Firearms stand in importance to the Constitution for itself. They are the American people's liberty, teeth and keystone under independence." From the hour the Pilgrims landed to the present day, events, occurrences, and tendencies prove that to ensure peace, security, and happiness, the rifle and pistol are equally indisposable. The very atmosphere of firearms everywhere restrains evil interference. They deserve a place of honor that is all as good. But we find ourselves where Governor Polis and his leftist legislature are not concerned with making sure you have the tools to protect yourself, your loved ones, or even your country. Polis and his supporters have declared war on gun owners and local government control. SB 131 is a violation of the Constitution and flies in the face of the Bruin decision. Polis and other corrupt politicians continually beat the drum of women's rights. In reality, they are extremely hostile to women carrying a gun to neutralize their attacker. But Polis and Denver's politicians have told violent criminals it is open season for law-abiding citizens. Let me detail 2 situations. I am privileged to work with an intelligent and attractive young woman. She has one of the highest work ethics I've ever seen. But with this new law in Colorado, even though she's a strong and independent woman, she and others like her no longer feel safe in the metro area because of the restrictions of carrying a gun and having access to one in the sensitive spaces listed in 131 that find her not in compliance with the law.
Thank you. Your time is up.
How long?
You went over your 3 minutes.
Oh, wow. Okay. One of the reasons that she's such a target, she's gay. All right, gonna finish it up.
We need to move on.
Okay, therefore, her and I both feel that the implementation of 131 would not only curtail our ability to protect ourselves, our loved one, even our country, but it will also severely impact our ability to express our First Amendment protected opinions.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is Mike Lazar. Welcome.
Good evening, councilors. I'll try to keep this brief. Looks like you have a very long night in front of you. I'm Mike Lazar. I'm here on behalf of the Westminster Community Foundation. I'm president of the board. Tonight before you, you have the amended memorandum of understanding that you'll be voting on. I would ask again that you all vote yes on it. I mean, look, you know who we are, you know what we do. We are the catalyst of giving for the Westminster community. I think you all understand the importance of what we're achieving and trying to achieve in the future here. And, you know, really just the critical nature of the mission in terms of helping the city of Westminster and helping the community take the next step in forging bonds of, you know, community with all the citizens here. The other thing that I would ask after the vote, regardless of how it goes, is please, each of you reach out to me. We need individuals to be involved. This is not just about getting money from any one individual or from the city. We need to have the citizens actively involved. We need to have community members actively involved. We need board members. We need volunteers. We need active participation. This thing goes nowhere unless we get everyone in the community to buy in. And so y'all as the elected politicians and officials for the city, y'all have the best networks that I can tap into. So please reach out to me. Let me leverage your networks. Let me work with the people that you know. These are the resources that we need moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Anika Obrecht. Welcome.
Hi. Good evening. So my name is Annika Obrecht, and I'm also here on behalf of the Westminster Community Foundation, but as an intern, not the president. So I'm going to be talking to you today a little bit about what I do for the organization, as well as why I think it's important that the city continues to support the work of the foundation. And I'm specifically going to get into the foundation's new mission and new direction, and how I believe that will pay off both for the city and for its residents for generations to come. So just starting with what I do for the organization, I've been interning with the foundation for the past 2 summers, and so I've worked on organizing events, working them under Natalie Martinez's direction, who's our executive director. And I've also been primarily in charge of managing our social media as well as our communication plan. So if you follow us on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram at all, I'm the one who creates and uploads that content. And if you're not following us on any of those accounts, I would really urge you to, just because it's a great way to stay updated on all the work we're doing within the community. And we do have new LinkedIn and Facebook accounts, so I really would urge you to do that. But moving on, I would tell you that my experience interning has allowed me to learn in depth about the needs that exist within Westminster, as well as how the foundation is supporting the vulnerable within the community. It is this experience that leads me to support the foundation's new mission of inspiring positive change through creating partnerships, supporting youth development, and encouraging community engagement. I can tell you that the team is tirelessly supporting this mission in a number of ways, most recently through the community giving program and getting that off the ground. That's a huge part of our strategic philanthropy, where we will be awarding small grants to applicants who are looking to inspire positive change within the community. I don't want to underscore how, I want to tell you just how important this is going to be. The projects that we will support will make a difference and create lasting change with our community that will benefit everyone. And I think this is just a great example of how the foundation's new branding and strategic direction is supporting investments within the community that will make Westminster a better place for all. And it is because of this clear impact that I hope the city will continue to support the impactful and important work of the Westminster Community Foundation. If you want to hear more about the good work that we're doing, I really would urge you once again to follow us on social media. That's being continuously updated every week. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Doris Weiss. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm here to talk about the proposed concealed carry resolution that you have on the agenda. And I'm not happy about the idea that people will be allowed to carry guns into municipal buildings, rec centers, and other government buildings in Westminster. Guns do not add safety. And I would certainly feel terrified to go into a rec center or a business office with the possibility of a person carrying a gun that could be in the vicinity of where I'm at. It's very dangerous when someone is upset about something and they pull out their gun to make their point. You haven't seen some of the angry people playing pickleball that I have seen. It would also be horrible for our employees in the city to have to deal with some irate person who might have a gun on them when arguing over tax assessments or other issues that they may have with our government employees. I don't think as an employee they would feel safe either. I don't feel good that children would be coming into a building and there might be people carrying guns there. What is the value of this resolution except to terrify the citizens? I'm very concerned. I don't think people are such accurate shots so that if someone starts shooting, they have a gun that they could take out the bad guy. I've read many articles about that, and people just aren't as good at a shot as they think. So they'll wind up hitting some innocent person instead of the person who's acting out with the gun. I think we should leave the guns at home in a lock safe and leave the guns to law enforcement. I know I now live in the West. I am an East Coaster originally, but it doesn't have to be the Wild West. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kathy Kelly. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, Mayor McNally and the City Council for providing this public comment section so that we can all talk about what, our opinion about the request to have concealed carry in municipal buildings. I'm Kathy Kelly, and as I've told you earlier, I am active in gun violence prevention since 1997 is when I first started it. I do volunteer with Moms Demand Action statewide, but today I'm speaking just for myself as a concerned Westminster citizen. I have been here for 26 years. I've been to many city council meetings, and I know the political vitriol that we can experience when something personal is really upsetting us. And I want, for the safety of the elected officials as well as the constituency, and in particular the employees, I want everyone to be safe. And to me, having concealed carry allowed when the legislature and governor have determined that is not appropriate seems foolish. In May 2024, the legislature did pass SB 24-131. It was a decision that was made because the municipalities across the state were having trouble with some of the issues coming up in these city council meetings. And it's intended to restrict firearms so that more people feel safe and ensure that we have the security that we have in place, our police officers, other security, and make sure that they are safe when doing their actual job, which is keeping all of us safe in this building. There are provisions for certain people, police officers, people in the armed forces, as well as some of your hired security agents. They can bring in concealed carry, but for the most part, we don't want standard citizens to come in, nor do we want the elected officials or employees to be having a power differential between the other people in the room. The reason why this bill was set up was to ensure your safety as well as ours, and I want you to honor the First Amendment and the Third Amendment, where we have a right to assemble. So I want to call both the right to free speech and the right to assemble and feel safe in the buildings that we come into. Mayor McNally, at the beginning of today's conversation, you talked about some of the standards that we're all held when we come to the city meetings. And I'd like you to remember that when we have power differentials, particularly when it comes to something like a gun, that changes everything. We recently had, just 9 days ago, our former president shot, and as well as one individual killed. And this is an example of no matter how well you protect the citizenry, things can happen. I would like you to ask you to leave law enforcement issues to the trained law enforcement professionals that you have here in this building and vote no on the concealed carry. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Robin Williamson. Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you very much for honoring and celebrating your long-term employees. I'm sure it made a lot meant a lot to them and their families, and it certainly made a lot to me just watching it. And as you celebrate your employees, I'm sure you're concerned about their safety. To me, the concealed weapon issue is less about protection and more about aggression. And that's what I share the concern with Kathy Kelly, that it's an opportunity for letting people do something that they will regret the rest of their lives just because they get angry. So please think of this as not an opportunity to, think of this as an opportunity to protect yourselves, your employees that you value so much, your general citizenry, and the people that are just coming in trying to do the city's business. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andrew Guthrie.
Our order was apparently mixed up. Is that okay? I'm Tanya Yost.
Is she on the list? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening. Thank you for your time tonight. I'm here tonight regarding the Who's Dog Park and to provide information to you on the conservation easement that was discussed at the last City Council meeting and the representations that it had only recently been discovered and that the easement would require the closing off of the 25-acre Sisters property from off-leash dog walking. There's been a packet submitted to you that has the full easement. First, I personally searched the online records for Jefferson County and quickly located the 21-page easement that was recorded on June 30th, 2011. Tonight, there's only an excerpt here as I previously provided the full document to you. Page 3, Section C provides in part, the parties acknowledge and agree that use is expressly permitted by this easement and the current land use patterns, including without limitation, those relating to natural, scenic, and open space existing at the time of this grant do not significantly impair or interfere with the conservation values and are consistent with the purpose of this easement. Clearly, the 2011 easement addressed the current land use patterns, which at that time included off-leash dog walking. Second, I personally called Jeffco Open Space and spoke with Hillary Merritt, the deputy director. She was very aware of the current Who's Dog Park issues and recent news. Ms. Merritt, who was intimately involved with the 2111 purchase, her name is actually on the top left, recalled that there were existing trails near the property, and she specifically noted that the easement allowed for current and ongoing trail usage and for the building of trails. She confirmed that Jeffco completes an annual easement inspection and creates a written report, which she sent me a copy of, in which I've also included the 2023 report in your packet. Westminster employees were contacted and appeared to take part in the October 2023 inspection. The report confirms that there are no current conditions or uses on the property that are in violation of the easement. In summary, based on a reading of the conservation easement, my phone conversation with Ms. Merritt, and review of the 2023 annual report, it is without question that there is no easement violation, that there is no trail closure needed, and that there is no trail rerouting needed, and that there is no need to obtain an exception to allow for the existing land use pattern on the 25.49 acres. In light of this information, we've included a proposed change to the municipal code, which Andrew Guthrie will discuss in more detail. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andrew Guthrie. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor McNally, Mayor Pro Tem Nirmela, esteemed councilors. My name is Andrew Guthrie, and I'm representing the Western Dog Park Guardians. You have a long, important agenda going on tonight, so we're not going to take too much of your time. As Tanya Yost mentioned, that the conservation easement, we got to a resolution with that. The only other outstanding item from Councilor's Bill 23 is the regarding the ditch use and access Within that packet that you just received, there is a letter dated from Dry Creek Valley Ditch Company dated June 12, 2024. It states to maintain current access level, all that needs to be done is to enter into a license agreement similar to the existing agreement for the pedestrian bridge. You have a copy of that that license agreement within your packet. It's literally a fill in the blank. The cost to the city for this original agreement was a whopping $150. That was in 1999, so I'm sure it's a bit more expensive now, but very reasonable, cost-effective compliance solution. We feel that with these two, with the easement and the ditch, we are taking care of the last two outstanding items from Councilor's Bill 23. And as Tanya mentioned, included in your packet is updated potential code language from the Guardians legal team. We don't mean to overstep, and I apologize if it feels like we're overstepping. We only included this as a courtesy to our city attorney staff that feels like it satisfies the outstanding items. Dog or not, everyone is welcome at the dog park. If you haven't experienced it, we'd love to invite you to share the place that takes the weight off of so many people's shoulders. We humbly thank you for your time and attention to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Steve Brockman. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor McNally, and the rest of the council for the opportunity to speak to you. I also serve as a member of the Inclusivity Board, but this is not official Inclusivity Board business. I'd like to talk briefly about Senate Bill 24-131 and support your own staff and police chief's recommendation that you take no action and allow the prohibition of firearms in City Hall. I don't really need to reiterate what my colleagues and friends have mentioned in discussing this issue, that guns have no places in public spaces, make us less safe. Guns have the potential to escalate the situation from a conversation to a shooting. And thirdly, that the City Council needs to do everything it can do to ensure the safety of all of its employees and residents. So I'd like to ask you a quick rhetorical question. How many of you have ever experienced gun violence in a city building? Thank God. Well, I'd like to tell you a brief story that I have experienced that. In 1992, in December, I was working at the city of Milwaukee in the Department of Sanitation, expanding recycling and pollution prevention programs for all the city residents. At that time, the city experienced its first fatal shooting in a municipal building. I happened to be working on the 5th floor where the sanitation department was. The shooter entered from the stairway on the 4th floor, proceeded to kill his girlfriend who worked on that 4th floor. The police, of course, took action and a gunfight ensued. For the next hour, I crawled underneath my supervisor's desk with him. And we shook as gunfire ensued in that municipal building. Honestly, it was one of the scariest experiences of my life. I don't want any of you or any city workers to ever experience something like that. So please, don't let this happen to the 8th largest city in Colorado, and support the recommendations of the staff and the police chief to take no action on Senate Bill 24-131. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Renata Wong. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm also a volunteer with Moms Demand Action, and my comments this evening are my own. I'm a resident of Westminster, and of course, tonight I want to talk about guns. As we all know, our public places are under threat by firearms, from high schools to elementary schools, to college campuses, to grocery stores, to movie theaters, to music venues and parks. There is practically no place in America that is safe from guns. So I was pleased when I learned that our state legislature and governor passed a bill prohibiting the carrying of firearms into sensitive places. I thought at least we can protect our government buildings and the people who enter them. But now I learned that a few council members want to let guns into our city government offices, where 200 to 250 employees and countless city residents enter each day. I get that you might feel the need to protect yourself when policy discussions get heated, but allowing anyone with a concealed carry permit to walk into this building will only increase the probability that we could all get hurt. After all, Americans are 26 times more likely to be shot and killed than residents of other high-income countries. Our politics are only getting more heated as we head into the presidential election. Let's protect our city workers and residents by keeping these buildings safe from firearms. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andrew Johnson. Welcome.
Hello, and thank you for your time. Appreciate you guys allowing me to be here and seeing this and having this bill that I believe DeMont put it together. Sorry, a little nervous here. So I'm here to talk to you about the CCW bill and the SB 24-131 that passed in our state. I'm both a Westminster resident and a longstanding CCW holder here in Colorado. I'm also a licensed firearm instructor. I do know a bit about what it takes to get a CCW license, what it means to carry a CCW, and the people that are carrying, the actual people that are often also part of a smaller group that I am part of that unfortunately is our state's ACP program. If you're familiar with that program, it is a confidentiality program for people that are members of or found to be victims of abuse. We're given this after things like restraining orders happen, after things like court cases happen, and unfortunately for me, it's after things like a murder investigation that has gone cold with somebody that has an active threat on both my life and my family's. And that is why I have a CCW permit. That is why I train, and that is why I'm here speaking to you today. There's a lot of people that cannot show their face. As you can understand, it's very hard for me to show my face and give a potential name here to out myself as a victim, as someone who still has an active threat in front of them. This is why I carry. To hear that I'm a threat among my neighbors and residents, it's just not true. To hear that people are pulling guns and doing other things that it's just not true from a CCW standpoint. The people that actually were given this license, that went through the training, and we now have a law in our state where you get both in-classroom training, live fire training. It's a very serious thing. This is not something that we just go through for fun and for giggles. It's something that you have to understand from our standpoint. It's not just in this building. Very much respect our law officers that are here, but my safety individually, and someone when you are a target, when I walk out of this building into the parking lot, I am not safe, but this is something that the bill unfortunately was written to not fully understand the people that are in my situation. When I go to anywhere else, you gotta keep in mind, this includes polling locations, this includes not just the city building, but the parking lots as well. This includes a lot more than what we're talking about just this city hall and inside this building, because I understand, I feel safe here when I see 4 officers around me. At the same time, I can tell you from my situation, when the police show up, I love everything that they do and try to do, but they can only do so much, right? They can only protect each person individually as much as their ability to protect the group here is. So all I'm asking is that you do keep in mind why this bill was introduced. It's introduced for people like me that need to keep themselves safe within public facilities. And that's really what we're looking at. If you can't pass it tonight, please amend it. It should include all of the Second Amendment freedoms and rights, including, most importantly, the CCW holders. Open carry is permitted by state as well. I would really encourage you to consider that, but please take in mind the people that are here that are trained, that are licensed, that have gone through everything, because again, literally, there are threats to my life. That is why I carry a CCW permit and why my safety is so jeopardized. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Karen Calavity.
Welcome.
Hello. I'm speaking tonight about the vote that is about to have ensued with regard to the water treatment plant. And even in the session there, I learned that money's being spent before it's even being voted on with regard to that treatment plant. I have never considered that a good design. It's a very expensive design on a site that is better used as wildlife habitat than a space for concrete structures, fences, floodlighting, and all that kind of thing. We really need to consider the budget for that originally. I'm learning now that we're having third-party review the budget of the budget, and the design is not appropriate in the first place. We all know that other municipalities are getting water treatment facilities at 1/10 of the cost, 1/7 of the cost, and why we keep proceeding with a design that's already overexpensive and does not respect the wildlife, the environmental concerns of the area. I just don't understand why this is being ramrodded through. It's better to stop at the drawing stage and look at other alternatives at the drawing stage than continue making bad decisions. That's what drawings are for. I am a designer, and half the design work typically does not get built, and that happens when they see what the results are going to be from the design. And I think we should use our design work at this point and say that we need to make other alternative decisions with regard to this project.
Thank you. The next speaker is Judith Pickerel. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor McNally and Mayor Pro Tem Sarah Nurmela and all of you counselors. I'm here speaking in opposition to the resolution to opt out of the new Colorado State Law SB 24-131, prohibiting guns in sensitive places, which include our public city government buildings. At this time, and nobody's mentioned this yet, our country is facing a gun violence crisis, including our children and adolescents. Gun deaths are the #1 cause of accidental death among children and adolescents, as reported by the New England Journal of Medicine in April 2022, volume 386, number 20. In June of this year, the United States Surgeon General declared gun violence a public health crisis, with more than 54% of U.S. adults or their family members having experienced a firearm-related incident. We, as adults, have to do everything in our power to curb this crisis, especially among our youth. Let's remember that we are the models for these young people. They will do what they see their important adults doing. We do not need to be modeling carrying guns into sensitive places such as this. I know as a grandparent, I would love to have my grandchildren experience the process of city government, but I would not want to ever put them at risk. In addition, there is no need to carry a gun into this building. We have trained police officers to protect us. Colorado, with SB 24-131, has banned guns in sensitive places, which of course include these buildings. We need to honor this law to do our community's part in decreasing gun violence. This is not a Second Amendment issue. With the incidents that Colorado has experienced, school shootings, grocery store shootings, movie shootings, park shootings, you name it, shootings, the right of individuals to feel safe does not seem as important as the right to carry guns. Because of our refusal to make our gun laws more sensible, we have locked schools, all students practicing lockdowns, and as a former educator, I had to do those with my very young students. and teenagers, when asked, that will admit that they're scared of being shot in their schools. None of us should want that for any of our children. This new bill is sensible, and we need to do our part as a city. In summary, with more guns than people in our country at this time, and the gun violence crisis, we need sensible laws to protect gatherings of the public, such as this new law. We are all entitled to feel safe when we are in our community, without fear of being shot. Research from Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Prevention highlights how carrying firearms in public places poses a threat to public safety.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Oh, shucks. Thank you for listening, and please oppose the resolution that's going to be given.
The next speaker is Rachel O'Connor. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. So my comment relates to concealed carry on city property. So I was actually born and raised in Westminster, in the Jeffco School District, in the shadow of Columbine. I was actually attending preschool at Westview Recreation Center when Columbine happened. I have had to worry about and prepare for the possibility of being shot at grade school, at middle school, at high school, at college, at the movie theater, at the grocery store, at a concert, at a bowling alley, at a nightclub, at a restaurant, at a church, and every other place where a mass shooting has occurred just in my lifetime. I do not want to now additionally have to worry about being shot while at the library or the gym, or especially at a city council meeting where, as you know, emotions can often be heightened. More people with guns will not make me any less worried because I know that the mythical good guy with a gun has never stopped mass shootings. Trained police and SWAT gear do. Not letting people who want to commit mass shootings get their hands on guns in the first place does. Adding more guns to this room and to other city properties, including Westview Rec Center and its preschool, only increases the likelihood that a tragedy will occur. I ask that the council reject the proposal to allow concealed carry on city property. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cindy Stout. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. I'm Cindy Stout. I'm not going to talk about the dog park. I'm a 42-year Westminster resident, a small business owner of a firearms training company, and a concealed carry permit holder. I'm speaking tonight in support of Councilor DeMott's agenda item. This year, Colorado's Senate Bill 24-131 placed numerous additional restrictions on law-abiding concealed carry permit holders, and it became effective on July 1st. The law, as approved, provides an opportunity for local governments to allow concealed carry permit holders entry to a place where a local governing body or government manager are meeting. I'm asking that this council approve Councilor DeMott's request for an opt-out of these new requirements. In the absence of a full approval of that opt-out, I propose another alternative for you to consider. I'm fully aware it is not permissible by Colorado concealed carry law to carry into a facility that has both a metal detector and security personnel present, as you do here for city council meetings. However, I believe an exception to Senate Bill 24-131 should be made for the very people it's designed to protect, you. You are in no less danger walking from your car into the building than you might be within the building. Even the Colorado State Capitol has procedures in place for legislators, employees, and vetted volunteers to carry concealed into the building so they're able to exercise the right to self-defense between the building and their vehicle. I actually held this approval while volunteering for a state senator in 2018 and 2019. Upon entering the Capitol, I was required to check my firearm into the State Patrol safe until I was ready to leave for the day, and then it was returned to me before leaving the building. I think that might be a good alternative here. I was just a volunteer, but I believe our city officials should receive the same opportunity for legal self-defense outside of the building as I did. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tom Jurgens.
Welcome. Thank you, Mayor and City Councilors. I'm a Westminster resident. I'm speaking to Resolution 10E. This resolution sponsors Councilor DeMott. Councilor DeMott wants to allow concealed carry weapons owners to carry guns on city property. This includes City Hall and recreation centers where children play. He claims that concealed carry weapon holders are uniquely law-abiding. They are not. There is no accurate data that shows that concealed carry weapon owners are any more law-abiding than the rest of the population who can pass a background check. Authors such as John Lott, the discredited author of More Guns, Less Crime, peddle the lie that concealed carry weapon holders are uniquely law-abiding. Analyses by Associated Press, Rand Research, the Washington Post, FactCheck.org, and the New Yorker have debunked Lott's false claims, and by extension, Councilor DeMott's claims. Another myth implied by Councilor DeMott is that more guns stop more crimes. They do not. Again, what data shows is that more guns in a society results in more murders and more suicides. Studies by the Scientific American and the Johns Hopkins School of Public Health support this fact. We don't need more guns in more places. That is a recipe for violence and death. At the July 8th City Council meeting, Councilor DeMott said that how he, as a concealed carry weapon holder, makes people safe. It does not. We don't need vigilante policing. Do not flood our city spaces with guns. It makes us less safe. Vote no on DeMott's gun proliferation resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kyle Howard. Welcome.
I have a lot to cover, so I'm going to read pretty quickly. My name is Kyle Howard. I'm here on 24131. I'm a Westminster native, a federal firearms licensee, a certified firearms instructor, and a gun range owner. I'm also a lead on the security team for one of the largest churches in Colorado with an average attendance of 8,000 to 10,000 people a weekend. And what I consider most important, I'm a father to a 5-month-old baby girl. I've dedicated my life and my legacy to the service of helping others to be the best that they can be at all things saving lives. And I've seen this from many sides. I see it from the perspective of a father, a husband, a churchgoer, a person who regularly does for hired armed security, a security volunteer, and as someone who has had to use a firearm in self-defense. I've said this during my testimony at the assault weapons ban: you cannot legislate evil from existence, because if you could, human trafficking wouldn't be a thing. This only hamstrings law-abiding citizens' ability to defend themselves, especially when the new concealed carry laws go into effect, and it will price out access to permits to those who are only well off financially, which is one of the most egregious of discriminations. No matter how many laws you sign, evil will find a way. Murder has been illegal forever. Menacing with a weapon, rather the display of a weapon with intent to cause fear, the primary concern today, has already been illegal well before these bills were drafted. It just muddies the water even more for those of us trying to follow the laws. Many will not carry simply out of fear of making a mistake. Every country, every city, county, every city, every park, every building now has a unique and complex law. It is another step on the toes of constitutional rights of Americans, and I'm proud to see that my current city position is in opposition, and I'm really proud that my representative Shannon Byrd voted no against the assault weapons ban. Something that has always been a part of the fabric of our nation since the beginning is that the defense of ourselves and our loved ones is not only our right, but it is our sole responsibility. And as said earlier, the very presence of firearms can curb violence, which is why law enforcement is in the room in the first place. Also, as mentioned earlier, the highest funded security agency in the country couldn't keep a former president from getting shot, so why would I want to rely completely on an underappreciated and underfunded agency to always be there for me or my loved ones? Someone menacing with a weapon is already committing a felony. A $1,000 fine and maybe a year in jail in this gutted justice system is a slap on the wrist compared to the first-degree murder charge. I'd also ask that the City Council consider not only opting out of this, but allowing open carry as well. Thank you all.
Thank you. The next speaker is Leslie O'Brien.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor McNally, Mayor Pro Tem Sarah Nurmela, and council members for allowing me to speak today. My name is Leslie O'Brien. I'm a Broomfield resident, yet my parents are Westminster residents, and I have attended many city council meetings here in this room. I greatly admire the work that you all do as public servants. It is a tough job, and it can be extremely contentious. That's why I urge you, for your personal safety and for your resident safety, to vote in opposition of this proposed override, which would allow concealed carry weapons in municipal buildings in Westminster. As we just witnessed with the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump, the Secret Service was able to stop the shooter with no more loss of life or injury. Had the rally attendees been allowed to conceal or open carry, which they were not, we can assume many more lives would have been lost and many more people would have been injured in the chaos of the situation. Gun violence and more guns are never the answer. Having trained professionals like police officers who are required to keep their firearm training up to date is a much safer way to control the situation that could escalate in any city council meeting. Many refer to the Declaration of Independence, that we all have certain inalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Allowing concealed carry in sensitive places, such as this municipal room, does not guarantee the rights of all to leave this building alive. For the safety of everyone, vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Norma Bonilla.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Norma Bonilla. I'm a Westminster resident. I'm not here as part of any group, but I'm here to talk about Councilor DeMott's upcoming agenda on concealed carry in municipal buildings. I grew up here in Denver. I graduated from North High School. I taught middle and high school English before taking a break to stay home and raise 3 kids. It is for them that I am here. I'm aware of the law that will mean members of the public will no longer be able to bring guns into City Hall and other buildings, and some people are upset by this. They would rather be able to bring their guns with them. But while they look at a gun and see a symbol of freedom or safety, of their Second Amendment rights, I see something else. I'm reminded of the alert on my phone that came through in the middle of a professional development meeting right before winter break, that someone had entered an elementary school with a gun and killed young children. I'm reminded of the alert I received while on my way to a school where I was completing my teacher training about the man who killed theater goers at a Batman screening. I'm reminded of the young man in Arvada who killed someone who had just killed a police officer, but was then killed because he was mistaken for the shooter by responding officers. I'm reminded of every active shooter drill I've not only had to complete myself, but coached my students through, 10 and 11-year-olds, and some high school students as well. I'm reminded that while my son has no idea about what an active shooter drill is, he's about to learn when he starts preschool this year. So I look at your guns, and I don't see freedom, I don't see safety, I feel fear. I wonder, unless you're a cop, you're a guard, what business you have in a room like this that necessitates you having a gun. I urge City Council to keep guns out of municipal buildings to allow residents and staff to feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Chris Stimpson.
Welcome.
Going to have to speak fast tonight, aren't I? Okay. So tonight we find ourselves about to listen to a proposition as unnecessary as it is dangerous. Councillor DeMott wishes to extend our national insanity of excessive proliferation of firearms into this building. The councillor cites the Second Amendment as justification for his proposition. I find that when the Second Amendment argument is raised, it's either by people who don't understand it or by people who do and hope the rest of us don't. In 1791, many of the founding fathers found the concept of standing armies abhorrent, considering their only role to be the oppression of the people. Gosh, I wonder who they're thinking of. But for national defence, an armed body was considered essential, thus the existence of a citizen army, only activated in time of war, was embodied in the amended Constitution. So the Second Amendment's rationale was quite clear. It didn't imply that the people should be able to carry their arms with them into government buildings or to fire them in crowded places. It was meant to allow the creation of a citizen army. Now, if you have an originalist's view of the Constitution, you consider that its statements must be interpreted based on the original understanding at the time it was adopted. Thus, as an originalist, you can't possibly approve of the massive level of private ownership of firearms that we have today. None of this, and certainly not the slaughter by firearms of some 20,000 Americans a year, is what the Founding Fathers meant by the Second Amendment. On the other hand, if you are a living constitutionalist, you believe that the Constitution should be interpreted in the context of current times, even if such interpretation differs from the original. This position gives you even less reason to approve of this proposition. Security of our free state today is provided by law enforcement and by the military services. All a logical evolution of the, quote, well-regulated militia of 1791. So, a living constitutionalist citing the Second Amendment to justify their arsenal should be prepared to join one of those uniformed organizations. If they're not so prepared, they're not part of today's interpretation of the well-regulated militia, and therefore they don't have the right to keep and bear arms. So while it's easy to invoke the phrase Second Amendment, it's important to understand that it is not justification to carry firearms unnecessarily into venues such as the one we're all sitting in tonight. I seem to have made this argument before, but apparently with not enough passion. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joe DeMott. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to try not to be personal, or I'm going to try not to be nervous, but I am a little bit, only because I'm outnumbered by all these red shirts. But, you know, I was a police officer for 30 years in Denver. I worked homicide unit for 12 years. I worked violent crime for another 5 or 6 years as well as that. I kind of understand a lot of what's been said today from a personal aspect. I appreciate some of the comments that have been made, but I'm not going to try to interpret the Constitution for you, because I think there's been a lot of that done already tonight, unfortunately, in the wrong way. The Constitution says that you can bear arms and there should be no infringement on that. And that means all the different things that are going on in this bill that we've been talking about tonight, as far as costs that it's going to cost people to do, that's an infringement. The fact that I'm a CCW, obviously, holder. You know that the people that put together this bill, in their wisdom, did not even include retired police officers. A retired police officer cannot carry his weapon just like the rest of you. Does that sound ridiculous? That's pretty ridiculous if you ask me. I put a lot of people in jail for murder. I mean, I don't know if any of them hold offense to that. They might get out and not appreciate that. I've had to shoot an individual. I don't know if he's still in prison or not. But I'll tell you what, I should have the right to defend myself anywhere, period. That's what the Second Amendment is for, regardless of what some people think. Now, obviously, you recognize my name. Yes, I am related to David DeMott. I'm his father. And I know that our family has been personally threatened because of his position. And, you know, it should have been the other way around. He should have been threatened because of my position, but apparently it didn't work that way. And so my family has actually been told to get out of the city of Westminster. Well, I've lived here for 47 years. I'm not going anywhere. So I just want you guys to do one thing, use common sense. Because as many people said, as soon as I get out in that parking lot, I'm not protected by these gentlemen. And you know I respect these guys more than probably all of you do, because I know what they've gone through. But I'm telling you, once you hit the road here and hit the parking lot, you're not protected. So any of you that are coming into this building and you might have an enemy, he's gonna know, or she's gonna know, hey, there's a city council meeting at 7 o'clock on Monday nights. That's a perfect place to get him, is out in the parking lot. So I hate to talk to you about it in that way, but I want you to think about it. It's just common sense. That's all it is, it's just common sense. CCW permit holders should be held to a higher standard. I don't disagree with that at all. I mean, they should have the background checks, which they do. I actually looked up real quick, there was 4 active shooters that were stopped by good guys with guns in 2023. So that's the facts. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ann Sutton. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ann Sutton. I am here to speak tonight about gun violence prevention. I am a health scientist with a master's degree in public health and more than 40 years experience in the field. This month, for the first time, the U.S. Surgeon General has issued an advisory officially recognizing firearm violence as a critical public health crisis. The public health approach to addressing gun violence is a comprehensive strategy that focuses on prevention, intervention, and policy change to reduce the incidence and impact of firearm-related injuries and death. Regulating the public carry of firearms is emphasized in the advisory. Policies that limit where and how firearms can be carried in public spaces are critical in reducing the likelihood of gun violence in crowded and vulnerable areas. Increased rates of public carry of firearms are associated with more shootings by police, firearm workplace homicides, and violent crime overall. A 2023 study conducted by the Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions found significant increases in firearm assaults in states that relaxed concealed carry permit restrictions. The research team examined what happened when 34 states weakened restrictions on concealed carry. They found that weakening of concealed carry laws was associated with a 9.5 increase in firearm assaults. Thank you for your time, and please consider this trend in making your decision.
Thank you. The next speaker is Linda Farb. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you all for your service to us. I'm Linda Farb. I've been a resident here for decades on 102nd Avenue in Westminster, and I'm also a participant with my congregation and an organization called the Colorado Faith Communities United to End Gun Violence. Their work in the Front Range area includes over 50 churches, synagogues, and other faith communities. It focuses on evidence-based policy and data to reduce gun violence. The fact is, more guns, particularly in public places, political and government included, are not making our communities safer. If more guns equaled safety, the U.S. would be the safest country in the world instead of having the highest number of deaths for children by weapons. So when you consider overriding the state law restrictions in Senate Bill 131 covering the city hall municipal places, and libraries. Remember that the Westminster Police are trained and our city pays them to protect us. Have you asked them what they think about this? The references that I found on this topic, because I'm a retired science researcher, I found that there were mention of a percentage of people thinking they were safer when there's a gun. It's not based on scientific studies. The scientific data are actually just the opposite. In the CDC report entitled An Accounting of Public Health Crisis, the CDC says that stronger concealed carry laws are shown to reduce shootings. That reference is also from Science in the American Journal of Epidemiology. If the council feels, on the other hand, that we need to reduce gun violence, then there are evidence-based policies to do that. These include investing in educating the public about reducing theft of guns from autos, teaching children about safety and keeping guns locked. CFCU also gives out free gun locks, by the way. And the community violence intervention and suicide prevention trainings are available through the Colorado Department of Education and also ASIST, which is an excellent program that I went through. I also wanted to mention that there are at least 4 free local programs at either the University of Colorado Health Sciences Center, state facilities, and since suicide is our the top number of deaths in this state, it would be good policy to focus more on educating and advocating.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Alan Farb. Welcome.
Firing guns at targets is fun. Firing at someone is not. While you hear different numbers, it's estimated that 393 million firearms are out there in the United States among 85 million adults who own them. That's according to Pew Research, a nonpartisan, non-ideological think tank founded by the politically conservative Pew family and by Ammo.com, a high-volume seller of ammunition and a staunch defender of the Second Amendment. These guns include the well-publicized AR-15 semi-automatic, which now, because of the recent Supreme Court decision, can fully employ the infamous bump stock attachment that, while not technically making the AR-15 the illegal, fully automatic, does allow it to fire rapidly at nearly the same rate. We've known about such legal hand weapons as this, used in 2017 to murder 60 and wound 413 country music concert goers in Las Vegas, perpetrated by a 64-year-old law-abiding real estate businessman who only ever had gotten traffic tickets. Columbine High School, Sandy Hook Elementary, Aurora Theater, King Supers, Club Q, Tree of Life Synagogue, and Uvalde Elementary in Texas. 19 children, 2 teachers massacred, 14 kids wounded. And for the gun rights advocates who cry that the only way to stop a bad guy with a gun is with a good guy with a gun, consider there were 376 good guys with guns, trained police officers at Uvalde Elementary against one bad guy. Perhaps, Councilor DeMott, you are so afraid and have so little confidence in Westminster Police and security in our buildings that you feel you and anyone else with a concealed weapon must be there in your fantasy to stop that bad guy. Personally, despite your own touted church security training and so often touting your father's service as a police detective, I have more confidence in our professional police officers than in an information technology worker such as yourself or that law-abiding Las Vegas real estate businessman who is packing a concealed weapon and thinks he is a vigilante, will draw his weapon in an active shooter stress situation and save us all. You, Councilor DeMott, and those of you are not of your thinking, are not equipped to respond in a high-stress situation. You and anyone else with such delusional Superman fantasies, walking around with a concealed weapon, pose a danger to the public, not a fail-safe backup for officers. And also, why don't you consider, Councilor DeMott, your wisdom in choosing office hours for meeting constituents in a venue that serves alcohol. We all know alcohol and available guns will make for a safe situation. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mary Blegan. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you all for having us here and letting us speak. You've heard a lot of statistics. You've heard a lot of theories. You've heard some varying definitions for common sense. I'm here to oppose this opt-out. But I do agree with one sentence in the document. And that says that gun violence is a reality that requires constant attention. I totally agree with that. I totally agree that the more guns we have, the more of this reality is going to require our attention. The fewer guns in this building and any others, I work as an election judge, for example, I go to public buildings of all kinds. The fewer guns in those buildings, the less attention we need of our worry and our fear. So I please encourage you to opt out of that.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ben Reynolds. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ben Reynolds, and I'll be representing Rocky Mountain gun owners and our thousands of members and followers in Westminster in an amended position on topic 10E, forms of concealed carry permitted on city property. The citizens of Westminster deserve the right to protect themselves no matter the form of carry. Senate Bill 24-131 makes soft targets out of the citizens of Westminster. And your constituents deserve the right. Your citizens have the right to be their own first responder. Tonight, the city of Westminster can create two classes of gun ownership: those who have permission slips and those who wish to express their right to their Second Amendment via open carry. This bill is way too open-ended and ambiguous for the city, and I encourage the city council to allow all forms of carry on the city property. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mike Luvisky. Lachevsky. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Mike Lachevsky. I'm a 40-year resident of Westminster. I do know a little bit about gun violence. I experienced it firsthand with the loss of my son. I believe in no way that having a gun had anything to do with that. I think we deal with mental illness. I'm a concealed carry owner. I'm on a church security team. I live across from a park. I've dealt with homeless. I've had my life threatened. I know what the response time is for the city of Westminster. I know a lot of the officers. By not being able to carry when I walk my dog in the morning, 3 times a day, on city property, you're doing me a disservice, whether that be open carry or concealed carry. I truly believe that you're infringing on my rights every time something bad happens, somehow it becomes my fault. And I do not believe that limiting my ability to carry and protect myself does anyone any good. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Matthew Davis. Matthew Davis. The next speaker is Mary Berg. The next speaker is Tom Lampo. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. My name is Tom Lampo. Again, we are living in unprecedented and horrific times. The attempted assassination was just that. I've mentioned all aspects of our lives will be shaken. That event shook our lives. We are in an era of change. I believe there is more to come. I'm here to lift up Westminster in prayer. Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, in Jesus' precious name, we invite you here to Westminster. You are the God of the universe. You're the God of Westminster. Life continues to happen, and not all of it is good. Nothing is done without you first knowing about it. Isaiah 14:27 states, "The Lord of hosts himself has planned it. Therefore, who can stand in its way? It is his hand that is outstretched, so who can turn it back? No one can go against your will. You created everyone. You desire a relationship with everyone. Send your spirit and touch the people of Westminster." Lord, we lift up those that were affected by the attempted assassination, especially friends and family that live in Pennsylvania. We as a society can do better. Change the anger to love, bring renewal of our faith in you, and restore safety. We lift up the families of those that lost their lives. The families are left to make sense out of a very confusing situation. Bring strength and peace to them. Surround them with love. Finally, we lift up those that were injured. Bring complete healing to their bodies. There are many situations we don't understand. We know our ways are not your ways. Give us wisdom and knowledge to understand the days we are in. James 1:5 states, "If any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask God, who gives generously to all without reproach, and it will be given him." Bring peace and understanding of the times to each one of us. We only see a small portion of any particular event. We don't have the ability to see the entire picture. Our knowledge is finite, and yours is infinite. We need your spirit to come into our lives. Our enemies are desperate, and in their desperation, they will continue to try to bring destruction upon us. They will continue to divide us any way they believe they can, and attempt to influence us to bring malice upon each other. Our enemy is good at dividing us. In Psalm 59:1 it states, "Deliver me from mine enemies, O my God. Defend me from them that rise up against me." Prevent us from succumbing to our enemies' desires. Remove anger we harbor and bring us peace. Our enemies are well versed in division. You are the healer of all. Victory is yours. Help us see it. In your precious name we pray. Amen. Y'all have a nice night.
Thank you. The next speaker is Brad Schilling. The next speaker is John Palmer. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Got several things we're going to run through very quickly. First off, the 10E, the gun thing. Let's keep it like it is. No, we don't need any more guns. And all these people that I've seen come here and talk about they need guns in council chambers. I can't recall seeing any, maybe one or two of them in this chamber. And you all know I've been here for years sitting in that back chair. So all these people that think they need a gun in this chamber, no, let's get around that. And I sure hope nobody else's daddy's gonna come up and vouch for them or talk about the guns, are they? I sure hope not. Next, 10D, the rodeo supermarket. We're gonna spend $3.5 million, and that's an old estimate. That's not a current estimate on what it's gonna take to renovate that building. $3.5 million. On a building that you, Mayor McNally, months ago said was worth $10. You would sell it to Gary Shea at the Grange for $10. So now you wanna spend over $3 million to upgrade it, give away free taxes for a year. Doesn't make sense. It's not what the neighborhood needs. Plus, not to mention, there's still a problem with the name of the rodeo market and the Valenti family that needs to be addressed. The dog park thing, quickly, I hope all of you will reflect upon last week's study session and the plutonium talk that went along with it from the Uplands property, or not Uplands, excuse me, Rocky Flats, and was now on the dog park property. So just take that for a minute. Next, there's a problem over at the Uplands that I'm sure most of you aren't aware of. We had tremendous mud mess over the weekend, not once but twice. This is our 5th stormwater violation. If any of you would like to look at that, go to the Save the Farm Facebook page. There are plenty of videos and pictures there. Now, along with that, Uplands is going for Planning Commission hearings tomorrow night. They need to be stopped. They need to be canceled. I tried to talk to Lindsay Kimball about that. She refuses to. She doesn't see there's a problem. The problem is the optics of that. And secondly, they are not in compliance. They were issued a stop work order that could take a week to clear. So therefore, that's not being in compliant. And that's a requirement at the Planning Commission, along with being in good standings. They were issued a substantial fine today for their stormwater violations. And again, not the first, not the second, not the third, the 5th or more. City Manager Andrews, you need to put your foot down and put a stop to this. That meeting tomorrow night needs to be canceled. They're not in compliance and they are not in good standing. Again, it's all optics. If it's not, obviously somebody then is on the payroll. I remind you people that you all work for the citizens, you don't work for developers. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last speaker. Would you like me to try to call the missing speakers one more time?
One more time.
Okay. Matthew Davis. Mary Berg. And Brad Schilling. That's the end of our speakers.
Thanks. That brings us to consent agenda. We have item A being asked to be removed. So is there a motion to approve item 9A through I and K? Councilor DeMott?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve items 9A through 9I and 9K.
And I didn't forget you, City Manager. I will go back. I'm sorry. Councilor or Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve consent agenda items A through I and item K. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilor DeMott?
Yes.
Councilor Azadi?
Yes.
Councilor Hott?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela?
Yes.
Councilor Ireland?
Yes.
And Councilor Carmelia?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item J. Councilor Ireland?
So the reason I asked this to be taken off the consent agenda, I don't think it's in the government's or taxpayers' interest to be paying for nonprofit salaries for nonprofit employees. And that's why I took it off. Thank you.
Councilor DeMott?
I move to approve item 9J.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 9J. Is there any further discussion? Yes.
I was just wondering if staff could weigh in on Councilor Ireland's concern regarding just the history around why we are paying the nonprofit salary.
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for the question. Our Director of Parks, Recreation, and Libraries, Mr. Tomas Mischler, will be able to assist with that answer.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and councilors. So the history of a public-private partnership with this particular foundation has very deep roots with our city. It was founded by former Mayor Nancy Heil 20 years ago, and this nonprofit has worked hard over the years to really inspire positive change in our community. I've personally been involved in public-private partnerships for most of my career and have found them to be extraordinarily helpful for both partners. The results speak for themselves. For example, the foundation just secured a $725,000 grant to help with rapid rehousing for young people who otherwise would be on the streets in our community. I think that this is a great investment in the future of our community. We are looking at a 3-year deadline. It's a modest increase in the support, but then it tapers off quickly, and then the foundation will be standing on its own 2 feet.
Thank you. Councilor Zadi?
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to say that I am on the board of Westminster Community Foundation, and I did ask our attorney if I should recuse myself. He said I do not need to recuse myself from this vote because I have no financial interest in the nonprofit. So that's why I will be voting on it and voting yes on it. Thanks.
Attorney Frankel?
Agree. I think that any council member that has a financial interest in a vote ought to recuse and not vote. But in this case, being on the board, I don't understand Councilor Zadi having any financial interest in the vote itself. So I think he can make the vote.
Thanks. See no other communication? Roll call, please.
Councilor Azadi?
Yes.
Councilor Hott?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela?
Yes.
Councilor Ireland?
No.
Councilor Carmelia?
Yes.
And Councilor Demott?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
And I am sorry, City Manager Andrews. Your report.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Councilors, and members of our community. I do have a brief report tonight as your acting City Manager. First, I would like to acknowledge and thank all 30 speakers this evening. Thank you for taking the time to come in tonight and have your voices heard. It is very important and rewarding to be up at the dais and hear all the different points of views expressed. So thank you very much for being here tonight. In terms of the City Manager's brief report, I do have a couple of items under City Update. For a positive update tonight, we do have an announcement regarding Trader Joe's, and that is coming to Westminster. That has been years of work from our economic development team. Yeah, I can tell you, serving the city for just about 11 years, this is one of the most common questions. When is Westminster getting a Trader Joe's? And I can tell you that they have now signed a lease with City Center Marketplace, which is the retail development just across from City Hall, and it's very strategically located very close to downtown and our 36 Sheridan interchange. And so we will provide more updates as that develops, but because they are leasing an existing building, they will be able to become up and running faster than if they were building a new building. So I will keep you updated on that, but that is great news for us. Along those lines, the next slide, please. We also want to shout out a business that has just recently opened in downtown Westminster, and that's The Alley. It's a tea company, and if you haven't gone yet, I highly recommend it. It's located in the Ascent building on the entrance next to Bonchon. If you haven't been there, that's also a great new downtown business, Korean barbecue, and that's on Eaton Street. So they are doing very well, and we'd like to invite all of Westminster to come and enjoy our newest business downtown. Next slide, please. This is also big news for Westminster. We just received from the Colorado Department of Local Affairs Energy and Mineral Impact Assistance Fund, Climate Resilience Challenge, that's a lot, but effectively the state of Colorado and who we call DOLA has just awarded Westminster $1 million towards the design and construction of a planned Westminster Resource Resilience Center. And the vision of the center is to collaborate with our schools and cultural partners to provide education, training, and engagement opportunities for our community, our youth, and our emerging workforce in water conservation, energy efficiency, and climate resilience. And this funding represents the first of what we hope will be many more grants awarded to this center. We certainly have received very positive feedback from our federal funding agencies, and we look forward to starting the early design work on this, and of course we'll bring more information back to you as that develops. In terms of things to know, and this is my second last slide, I just wanted to highlight that we do have a planning commission currently scheduled for tomorrow night on the 23rd from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., and that's right here in these city council chambers. There's also the next night, Wednesday, an historic landmark board meeting from 7 to 8:30 p.m., and that's in our Colorado River Room, which is downstairs in our lower level training room. Also announcing this coming Saturday, July 27th from 5 to 9, our very famous and popular Westie Craft Brew Fest, and that's at City Park, and again, that's from 5 to 9 p.m. And I would also like to highlight for our community that there is no scheduled city council meeting on the 29th of this month. That is the 5th Monday, and we typically don't have meetings on our 5th Mondays, so there's no scheduled meeting for Monday the 29th. And then finally, tonight's packet does not include any information-only items to highlight, so all the items are up for regular business. And then finally, you can reach me in the city manager's office at any time at my direct office line, which is 303-658-2003, or any one of our 4 social media platforms that we provide access to: Facebook, Instagram, X, and Nextdoor. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Great news, and great job to our team that's bringing us Trader Joe's. That brings us to council comments. Anyone? Councilor DeMott?
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple things on my end. So this last week was supposed to be my policy in Pilsner, which Mr. Farb and I have had plenty of good conversations. Even Mr. Palmer has joined us, minus my daddy. But in all seriousness, it's a good time where anybody can bring any topic and come and bring your disagreement or agreement. We have a good time. We support a local business, Kokopelli Beer Company. Unfortunately, this last week it was canceled because I ended up very, very ill. So I decided that the right place for me was to stay in bed. So we do that the 3rd Thursday of every month. So we'll do that again next month, 6:30, Kokopelli Beer Company, 3rd Thursday. So hopefully folks will be there. But in all seriousness, I appreciate everybody coming out tonight. It's been a lot of good discussion, I appreciate when people bring data and your passion to whatever topic it is. So glad to see you here tonight, and I look forward to the conversation throughout our meeting.
Councilor Hott?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. So I will talk about our vote when we come to that. I wanted to say something. So thank you for everyone who came out to speak. I wanted to say something that I've meant to say the last 2 meetings and forgot in my comments. I wanted to thank everybody who have been coming the last few months with the dog park. I want to thank the folks who have sent me cards, thank you cards, and pictures of their dogs. I have your pictures on my fridge and your thank you cards on my fridge. So I actually get to see some of your dogs every time I go get a snack. So I just want to say thank you so much. Those cards and emails, they really mean a lot. And I just wanted to share my sincere appreciation. Thank you so much.
Councilor Azadi.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to save my comments on the gun bill when we get to that item. But I wanted to thank everyone for coming out tonight. You know, as citizens, you have this advantage, right? As American citizens, we have an advantage to really take advantage of the power that we have to come and advocate for ourselves and advocate for what you want and to ask us as elected officials to listen to you. Whether you're for this bill or against this bill, or whether it's the dog park or whether it's the airport, there are situations that you have in your lives, and it's important that you exercise your rights. And your first job as American citizens is to do that, right? Your second job is to get others to do it with you, is that share your concern, and you've accomplished that. So thank you for that, and I have a lot of comments on the gun bill. You'll hear them, and thank you all on both sides of this. Thanks.
Councilor Ireland?
I appreciate all of you coming out too. We've had lots of good involvement in our community, coming out to speak and using your First Amendment rights to express your opinion. And that's what we cherish, is our Constitution and our rights. And I will talk about gun control when we get to that. Thanks.
That is it for city council comments, and I've been asked for a quick break. So we will start our public hearings at 8:50. Oh, it'll probably take till 9 o'clock. Otherwise, if we're all back sooner, we will start.
call all my former colleagues.
No, it was a couple weeks ago. Then I waited.
Item 10A is public hearing on the 2024 Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan. So, do we have a staff report? Welcome.
Hi, we do have Stephanie Troller here to speak to this tonight.
Welcome.
Good, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. In addition to today's public hearing, we're asking, recommending 2 additional actions for this public hearing. One is to approve the allocation of the CDBG Community Development Block Grant funds set forth in the agenda, and to pass Councilor Bill number 24, approving the supplemental appropriations to the 2024 budget of the CDBG grant. As an entitlement jurisdiction, HUD allocates U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development allocates around $600,000 to us every year. This year, we're just at $333,000. And the majority of these funds are going to be split 3 ways. 20% for administrative costs that pays for one staff person who helps us keep our budget in line for the CDBG block grant. And one is for the EEHR, or the Essential and Emergency Home Repair Grant Program. This has been a really popular program that serves low-mod households. Typically, the grant was $5,000. We're upping it to $10,000 based on need and direction from City Council, so that's a really positive note as well. And lastly, we're going to be funding our Housing Lift program, which goes to the preservation of affordable housing, existing affordable housing, making sure that residents have safe and affordable housing, and making sure the aesthetics. Many of these projects have to rely on deferred maintenance in order to perform, so this helps reinvest back in those properties. And with that, I'll leave it there for public comment. Any further questions?
Thank you. I will open the public hearing, and is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak? Okay, I will close the public hearing and ask council, do you have any questions or comments? I just have a couple of questions. We read since 2022, 73rd and Lowell.
Yes, ma'am. So as you guys recall, City Council, as you recall, this has been a pretty tricky piece of property. It has had several failed development projects, and we're really at our timeline, both with our residents and with HUD to turn it into some sort of active programming. So we are going to be using a carryover from previous years. We had a little stall. We were getting ready to get the site prepped, and HUD said we had to go back and do another environmental. By the time we finished that up, the ground was frozen and we couldn't do anything to the site. So work is commencing. We're going to get the site prepped. We're also working with community neighboring businesses to help plan and program it. We want to be really pragmatic and grow the site with the community's need and plan it in partnership with the community.
Okay, then with our affordable housing, is it all going to be housed in historic Westminster, or do we have anything going out above 80th Street?
So there are two current housing lift projects in the pipeline. They are below 80th. That's where, unfortunately, the majority of the affordable housing is concentrated. So we really want to reinvest in those properties and making sure they meet our standards.
I don't see anything else. Roll call, please.
Counselor Hott? Yes. Mayor McNally?
Oh, wait a minute. We don't have anything to vote on.
Oh,
This was just
sorry.
a public hearing. That brings us to A2. Is there a motion? Counselor Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the allocation of the Community Development Block Grant funds as presented for the 2024 program year and authorize staff to submit the 2024 Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 10A2. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Hott?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela?
Yes.
Counselor Ireland?
Yes.
Counselor Carmelia?
Yes.
Counselor Demott?
Yes.
And Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item A3, Councilor's Bill number 24. Counselor Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Council Bill number 24 on first reading, providing a supplemental appropriation of funds to the 2024 budget of the Community Development Block Grant Fund.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 24. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela?
Yes.
Counselor Ireland?
Yes.
Counselor Carmelia?
Yes.
Counselor Demott?
Yes.
Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
And Counselor Hott?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to our second public hearing. It is inclusion of property into the Orchard Park Place South Metropolitan District. Do we have a staff presentation on this?
Mayor, we don't have a staff presentation, but I think it may be helpful if Mr. Frankel, our attorney, provides a very brief overview. There are two items back to back here that relate, so Mr. Frankel will provide some information.
Attorney Frankel?
Thank you, Mayor. Dave Frankel, City Attorney. So the Orchard Park Place Metropolitan Districts have service plans that were approved by this City Council. And the applicant is intending to include 44 acres into this district that had not previously been part of it. And as such, that's a service plan amendment, more or less, which requires the consent of our City Council to do that. So I believe the attorney for the applicant, Erin Stutz, may be in the room, if I'm not mistaken. If you have questions for the applicant, she's here. But understanding the procedural posture of this, I thought could be helpful for City Council, because you have a service plan, you have a metropolitan district, they want to grow it to include 44 acres that wasn't in it before. That requires your permission. And the second item is really the dissolution of the residential portion of the metropolitan district, which I understand is no longer planned for residential development. So this metropolitan district is, I think, going to be purely commercial. And that's really why we're here tonight. They would like to expand the commercial uses and terminate the residential ones.
Perfect. I will ask if there's any public testimony. I will close the public hearing and ask if there's a motion to adopt Resolution 17. Councilor DeMott?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt resolution number 17, approving the City of Westminster's consent to the inclusion of the property into the Orchard Park Place South Metropolitan District.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt Resolution 17. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
Councillor Ireland.
Yes.
Councillor Carmelia.
Yes.
Councillor DeMott.
Yes.
Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
Councillor Hott.
Yes.
And Mayor McNally.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to public hearing and resolution number 18. Do we have anybody going to speak on this to us? I'm guessing not.
Mayor, that's, the same comments from Mr. Frankel apply to this item as well.
Perfect. I will open the public hearing and ask if there's any public testimony. I will close the public hearing, and do we have a motion to adopt Resolution 18? Councilor DeMott?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt resolution number 18, approving the City of Westminster's consent to the dissolution of the Orchard Park Place Residential Metropolitan District.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass resolution number 18. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Carmelia?
Yes, I have some questions for around this for the individual representing the Metro District.
Welcome.
Hi, Council. I'm Erin Stutz, General Counsel to both districts.
Thank you so much. So I'm curious as to what the plans were for residential and what the plans are now, and that we're switching, and maybe you can give us some background as to the reasoning behind it.
Sure, that's actually, since I am district counsel, the developer would be better opposed for that. He's not present, but I can give you kind of an overview. From what I understand, the district was organized in 2008. Both districts were organized also with the Orchard Park Place North Metropolitan District, which is just north of this project. For a little background too, this project is located at I-25 and 144th, if you guys are familiar with that area. The residential district, I think, was originally planned to be, it is a smaller area, it's about 6 acres. I believe it was intended to be multi-use housing. So probably condo units is I think what we were looking at, or what the developer was looking at. The zoning was not approved for residential, so it was that property has been absorbed into the South District, the Metropolitan, the Orchards Park Place South Metropolitan District, and that will now become part of the commercial property.
Okay, thank you so much. And so am I hearing that the I guess I have a question. Was the housing for our staff, was the housing that was planned there, has that been absorbed elsewhere? Have we offset that? It's not a clear.
Mayor, in response to Councilor Carmelia's question, I don't think we have the staff present that date back to 2008 in terms of the original thinking
Right.
Around that. But I think from the attorney's overview, that just over time, it ended up not being a desirable use, and that the full area would be commercial, which in this corridor at this location, I believe does seem to make sense to our staff.
Okay.
If I could add to that, I think that the district was likely created before St. Anthony's North Hospital was built on the site. So St. Anthony's North Medical Center is on the north side of this district. And as medical office buildings were added to the hospital, that's been the development pattern that's occurred in this area. So I would anticipate likely more medical office buildings and that type of use that were probably not foreseen in 2008 when the original district and the original zoning was requested. So I think right now we see a lot more of commercial and medical specific uses in that area.
Thank you, Attorney. That's helpful. Thank you. I appreciate the background.
Absolutely.
See no one else, I don't remember if I did close the public hearing. We have a motion. Roll call, please.
Counselor Ireland.
Yes.
Counselor Carmelia.
Yes.
Counselor Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
Counselor Hott.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to the first reading for Counselor's Bill number 25. Is there a motion? Counselor Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Council Bill number 25 on first reading, authorizing the city manager to enter into lease agreement with the Barquentine Brewing Company for the city-owned property at 3915 West 73rd Avenue, supporting the redevelopment of the Rodeo Market building in the Harris Park neighborhood.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Counselor's Bill number 25. Is there any further discussion? Counselor Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to share a couple things. We heard some public comment on this issue, and there was another development that was going to be done in this location prior to COVID, and COVID unfortunately killed that deal and the economics of the day. So I think one of the things that came out then and that we're still hearing today is around some of the cost that's associated with this property. And I think it's important for the public to understand that the city had put historic dollars into this property and the city owns the property. And so if you know anything about historic properties, to maintain them and keep their historic properties after they're designated as such is not cheap. And so some of the things that go into this, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, are the fact that the city owns the property and we're responsible for that property. And my mind has always been that the city probably should have been maintaining that property for a longer time, and you wouldn't see such an exorbitant cost now that we're going to have to do in order to get that building up to snuff. So I'll say that, and I'll just ask that staff correct or acknowledge whether or not I'm correct on that. So I'm seeing head nods, so we're good. But I do think that that's an important piece for the community to understand. And the other thing that I'd say, in my 7 years, there's been a substantial amount of talk around this, and there was an art gallery in that space for some time. I actually see some of the artists here in the room. So I think that we're all, that community is excited to see something go back in. There's been a strong community ask for something with food. So I do think that we're delivering on what the community wants. Is it perfect? We'll see, hopefully. And I'm excited to see this go forward. So thank you to staff for your work on it.
Counselor Ireland?
I do have a concern with the cost, and I really have a concern with the parking down there. I think there's a lack of parking for this project, so I'll be voting no.
Counselor Carmelia?
Thank you, Councilor Demott, for providing the background. I think that's beneficial to the public. And I just want to say that one of the very first things I heard last year when I was running on my campaign was the ask that Councilor Demott just mentioned for this area, and to make sure that we got something good and that was located that could be beneficial economically to the area and that would help revitalize and restore this historic building. So I just want to give a big congratulations to our staff for working so hard to make that happen. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I too want to thank staff for the long years that have been spent on working on this project and getting something into there. I did wonder if just in terms of the breakdown of the lease that the new restaurant will have, will the restaurant be putting in a tenant finish, like an investment? And I think that's important to point out, that it's not just annual lease payments.
Thank you for the question. Stephanie Trawler again. Yes, we are working currently right now for the interior design and schematics to get a final price, but it's estimated upwards of $500,000 in tenant improvements and equipment, but no final numbers I can't provide because we're in the middle of gathering that information right now.
Is the tenant participating in the cost for that?
Yeah, that will be their share of the cost.
Okay. And is that part of the $3.5 million, or is that
No,
separate?
that's separate.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to clarify that there is investment from the tenant going into this as well as ours.
Yes, plus the rest that they'll be taking and, you know,
Right, on a business.
starting a restaurant.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
For me, it's parking, and we've heard that forever. I have some thoughts, and I shared them with City Manager Andrews about maybe some partnerships we could further look into. But the big thing is people down there could ride their bikes, e-bikes, and we need to be sure there's a safe place to lock up those vehicles, because I know there isn't a grocery store yet that has e-bike safety for the people. The two kids I have to go together. One stays outside with the bikes, the other one goes shops, and then they go home with the groceries. So that's a new thing that we just need to look at, have ready to be available, because especially in that area, they are bike riders. I can envision whole families coming down on their bicycle, but we also have e-bikes, and they're a little bit different animal, and we want to be sure that there's ways for them to park without having to worry about their bike getting stolen. So those are my issues. Seeing no one else, roll call, please.
Councillor Carmelia?
Yes.
Councillor Demott?
Yes.
Councillor Azadi?
Yes.
Councillor Hott?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela?
Yes.
And Councillor Ireland?
No.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to item E, City Council direction regarding concealed carry. Councillor Demott?
I know this is listed as a discussion, and so this is obviously a topic that I brought up and we've heard a fair amount about tonight. Again, I want to thank everybody on both sides of the issue for coming and speaking on this. I think it just shows how important it is. I mean, we've heard it here tonight, how divisive politics can be, and personal they get, and that's an unfortunate thing. I would far rather we have a battle of ideas that maintain, let's discuss the ideas and not get personal about it. Before I get into some of my thoughts, I do have some questions for the chief that I want to ask, because sorry, buddy. This issue has changed a bit over time, and I know certainly I imagine some of the advocates in the room followed this closely as it went through its different iterations. And so one of the things I wanted to ask is, this is in the agenda memo, that we did initially oppose this, or we did as a council, we opposed this 4-3. And so now staff is opposing it, and I would just like to kind of have you talk through why we opposed it before and what the thoughts are on now, and then I have a couple other follow-up questions and some thoughts for the group.
And welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, Councilor. I appreciate it. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilors, Norm Hobart, Chief of Police. Councilor, to your specific point, the staff position originally, when this bill originated in February of this year of 24-131, I was one that came before council and did ask them to oppose the position. And the 2 points that I brought up in that, the original language did not cover sworn police officers. So there was no carve out for off-duty officers. So if an off-duty officer that had the requisite training and that type of stuff was not exempt from this law. The other issue that I saw with citizens that had legally possessed carry concealed weapon permits, it set them up for failure because the language in the bill talked about public gatherings, and there was no definition of a public gathering. So if you, as a legally holding CCW permit holder, were walking down the street and you saw two people at a crosswalk, that can be defined as a public gathering. So if that individual then turned, hey, there's a public gathering, I'm going to try and avoid this, and they were to cut through the park, well, that was another public gathering area that was voided by this bill. And so it really set somebody up that was doing things legally and trying to do things legally it set them up for failure. So with those two main issues is where I came forward to council and asked them to oppose this legislation. The specific piece as it related to the legislation talking about carrying and having concealed weapons within the city hall area, which is specifically what this opt-out piece is for. It is not for other city facilities. This is only for the city hall or the area that's designated that has legislative action, i.e. city council. So this is not talking about parks, this is not talking about rec centers, this is not talking about any other facility, this is talking about this building only. And as you have all seen, this building has a lot of good discussion. It also has a lot of emotionally charged discussion. And sometimes when those emotionally charged discussions happen, people don't always make the best decisions when they're emotionally charged. So my perspective on this is that in some of the topics, obviously the dog park, drinking water, Walmart, I don't know if anybody was here back then and we had the Walmart discussions, packed outside the doors, and we were here for, makes this look like child's play, we were here till 2, 3 in the morning. But those induced a lot of feelings. And so with those, my recommendation to the council is not to opt out of this piece for this building. We have security here. We will always have security when council meetings are here. And we have what is seen and we also have what is not seen. And understanding the concern about people coming in from the parking lot and now they're viewed as I'm vulnerable because I don't have my weapon here. Understand that. We also have officers out in the parking lot greeting people as they come in to make sure that everybody is safe. The other issue that one of my concerns, one of my many concerns with this is these officers train together, they work together, they understand each other's habits, they understand eye contact, they understand some of that stuff. And so when we may have somebody that's trying to take action and prevent something from happening, and they are illegally holding CCW permit holder, and they're trying to take action, say it's from me up here at the dais, the other officers may have already communicated through their radio channels, which aren't audible in here, of we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. Well, they're taking action, and now they have to react, or the citizen now has to react to what they're seeing. So it really puts, in my opinion, it puts council, it puts the citizens, and it puts our officers in danger by allowing that in this building.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
When you're off duty, why do you carry?
Why do I carry?
Yeah.
Because if something happens.
Same reason any CCW holder would carry. That, and to me, and I don't want to, I understand your role and your job. And I know a lot of our officers, and I wouldn't ever want to put somebody individually in a spot. But I know most officers carry for the same reason that I do. And I also know that prior to this bill, CCW holders, that was a reality that you all had to deal with. So I respect what you're saying, but I also wouldn't feel right if I didn't at least challenge the reasons I'm putting this forward, because it's the same reason. You folks get to deserve to go home at the end of the day. I think that CCW holders, we heard about folks here today that are at threat of violence. Myself, you heard from my dad. Yes, that was my dad. He's a good man who served 33 years in the city of Denver, and he put a lot of bad people away. He's concerned about my safety. He's concerned about his safety. That's how we were raised. So that's all the questions I have specifically for you. I do appreciate you pointing out, because there's been a lot of misconception about rec centers. SB 24131 doesn't really, in my opinion or in my understanding of it, doesn't really address those places. Is that true?
Yes and no. So let me get into that. The only other thing, and I agree with you on the premise as it relates to the carrying the concealed weapons. The only other thing that I would offer, Counselor, is that, of course I lost my train of thought here, sorry. As it relates to that is, I think when the government, we as the government are restricting or reducing rights or perceived rights, we also have an obligation to cover that gap. Hence the officers here. So if I would not be standing here in front of you if we did not provide security, if we did not provide officers for that safety and security, I think we would be having a different discussion. And the only reason I stand before you today is because we do provide that as a service.
Yeah.
Specifically to your question as it relates to rec centers. So our rec centers that are licensed, I'm gonna mess up the term here, so Tomas might need you to help me out here. Licensed daycare providers, so like the day camps and those types of things. Those are specifically spelled out in this bill as well. So where it gets a little bit gray, where it's not clearly defined, if you go to a child care facility that is a freestanding building, really what the law says is you can't carry that onto the parking lot or onto that facility. Where it gets a little bit gray is if you have that same facility in a strip mall. Now, it's not just that building. So taking that same information, extrapolating to the rec center, what I would say is if somebody carried that onto the rec center premise, they're okay. If they carry that into the area that is specifically defined for the child care area, then they would be in violation of this law.
Thank you.
There's no carve out for us to discuss as it relates to, as I understand it, I'm not an attorney, but as I understand, there's no option to discuss that carve out for these other city facilities. It is for here only.
I appreciate that clarification, and I think it's important for people to understand that. And so I'll kind of get into my thoughts. So obviously I spelled out a lot of it in this agenda memo. My ask, so this has been an interesting last week, because I can tell you, when you're getting phone calls and getting beat up from both moms who demand action, and I appreciate your passion around the issue, to RMGO on the other side, I've been getting phone calls, my phone's been blowing up, and nobody seems super stoked about this. And it's either, this should be more restricted or this should not be restricted. I guess, the point that I would make is good legislation sometimes is that way in my mind. And, in a free society, there are risks to our safety. And so with that being said, to me, the reason that I phrase this, instead of saying, I could have come back and said, I prescriptively want to vote on, here's what I think, here's who I think should be able to carry. I wanted to be able to have this body take the opt-out that is allowed by the state legislation, and if they agree that that's something they would like to exercise, that we decide, we give that to our staff comes back with something that they feel is safe. And that obviously would include our folks in the police department, who I appreciate all you do for our safety. I don't know if you've heard the term, don't go to parties with metal detectors. There's a reason for that. I still have to go home at the end of the day, and people know that I'm gonna be here. And I don't expect you folks to follow me home every night, and I don't expect you to follow me from work. You're never not gonna know where I'm coming from, whether I'm working at home or I'm working here. So I do strongly believe that folks who conceal carry are folks who do, you can read the requirements. We heard folks here say it. I was prepared to read it out, but we heard it in public testimony. There is training, there is extra background, there are extra safeguards around it. So for me, my specific ask to council is to give staff the ability to come back with something that's prescriptive, to something that the police department can get comfortable with. And I know that we've had protocols in the past that they are comfortable with. That makes sense for the city of Westminster, that allows concealed carry holders, to be able to exercise that right. And the only, other thing that I'd mention, because we could belabor this to death, and I've shared a lot of the different stats and stuff around it, from the fact that police officers are usually, it's over, 60 minutes before the police officers get there, most mass shootings. I'd like to see the stats where it's concealed carry holders doing all these heinous things. I mean, you talk about the Aurora shooting. I was actually at the Batman movie the night that happened. We had relatives from North Carolina frantically calling us because they knew we were at that movie. We were at Flatiron, so we weren't at the same theater. But it's things like that why I do exercise my right to conceal carry, why I went through the training when I got a firearm, because I want to make sure that my wife and I and my kids get to go home every night when we're out in public, because it is a problem. I don't know the better way to deal with the problem than be able to be tooled and prepared to combat that problem. Not everybody's comfortable with that, and I appreciate it. But I will tell you I've heard from, I'll read this one from a single resident who's a older lady who said, "Thank you for looking out for people like me." That was her short message to me, was thank you for at least trying to look out for people like me, because they do want to come and participate in their government. So it's not perfect, and I understand that there's risks that come with it. I just ask that council give staff the ability to go back, look at a potential ordinance that would make sense for the city of Westminster, and that could look like a lot of different things, to give us the ability to allow people to exercise that right.
Is that a motion?
I would move that we give it to staff in order for them to come back with something that we could actually vote on.
Is there a second?
I second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Now we'll have discussion. Councilor Azadi.
Thank you, Mayor. There's been lots of conflicting facts or opinions tonight, and I just wanted to share. So I'm reading an email right now. This is a thread with city attorney and deputy city attorney. The first thing I want to clear up is the parking lot thing. So an individual who has a and this is quote, an individual who has a CCW permit is allowed to carry a firearm in the parking lot adjacent to the government building, but may not bring it into the building. There was conflicting statements in public comment about whether you can or not. Just wanted to say that first. The second thing is related to, So the new law covers any location where the council is actually meeting, such as a town hall, at a recreation center, or a golf course. It's when we have a publicly noticed meeting of the council anywhere on public land. So if we are at a golf course and we're having a town hall there, you can't bring the weapon within that vicinity of where the meeting is, but you can have it in the adjacent parking lot. So I wanted to clear that up too. There's been a lot of conflicting stuff there too. But to get to my comments, I wanted to say that I think we're all on the same page here, really. If you dig past the partisan stuff and the culture war stuff and this, I also had a lot of calls this week from different sides of this, and I wish we would be spending our time right now focusing in on our unhoused or our low income or our seniors who need our support, making our services better, lowering our water bills, things that matter. But we're spending all this time on something that I think, someone said it someone made a comment that said that said common sense, right? To me, this is common sense. It's common sense to not allow civilians, no matter what your training is, within a sensitive space where there are trained officers, multiple, inside this room, right outside this room. Some of them are outside sometimes, and someone did make a good comment that maybe we need more presence in the parking lot. That's a good idea. That's a fix that we can easily fix. We don't need to change laws and address this issue with a hammer. Not everything requires a hammer, right? I think this Senate bill makes a lot of sense. And if you look at, from a regulation standpoint, I pulled some stats. So 86% of people, of gun owners, 86% of gun owners support background checks. 76% support requiring safe storage. 67% support red flag laws. Why is that? Because they believe also in common sense. It's common sense to do that. They understand. And I think that's where we can find that common ground and focus on that, because we do want the same thing. And I believe everyone in here trusts these officers in this room. I do. You heard the police chief say it. It's dangerous to introduce new variables, such as if 5 of you, for example, had a concealed carry weapon and an active shooter comes in this room right now, our officers, God bless them, will have to figure out not just what to do with that shooter, but now they have these new variables to calculate, right? And say, okay, well, this person just pulled, now everyone's shooting bullets all over the place, no matter how trained you are. Let's not put our officers in that position to have to decide to distract them, first of all, because we have vigilantes. And by the way, I respect CCW permit holders. I really do. This is not about pulling away any rights that you have. Because the reason why, and you've heard it tonight, the reason why you have it is for public safety. So that says to me that there is something in you that we share, which is we all want this space right now to be safe, right? So the way I see it, this bill, it limits the civilian possession of guns in our public spaces. That's why staff agrees. That's why our police department agrees. No action. We're not going to opt out. We shouldn't want to opt out of this. It's common sense to not opt out of this. And the reasons why, so I mentioned one of them being that it makes us all less safe, right, with the new variables. But the other reason is it intimidates citizens. So you've heard it many times already. So the dog park was a 3 or 5 month discussion, right? Some of those nights were really heated. It sounds silly, but people are really passionate about this. What if you wanted to make a comment that was incendiary to someone that you know who's sitting next to you, and you just happen to know that person has a gun on them? Whether or not that person is a law-abiding citizen doesn't matter. It's the fear. Seeing a gun on someone next to you as a civilian gives you fear. We're not saying that person is going to do anything bad. We're saying don't introduce variables like that will limit that person's motivation to make that comment that they wanted to make. That only weakens our democracy. It's not a good thing. And finally, we're talking about wards a lot, right? We're getting wards in Westminster. One of the reasons why wards are important is representation, right? It's accountability, it's diversification, it's all those good things that our democracy is supposed to bring and yield. We want more people to run for office in city council, to run for city council. This is where everything, the rubber meets the road here, right? This is where everything happens. Why would we introduce a new variable such as the potential? By the way, we all get threats often on this council. I know I do. I've had a lot of death threats. I've had a lot of negative, emails that cross the line, right? Why would we want to demotivate future people who want to run for office if they think that they may say something or take a vote up here that one of you may not like, right? And they know that person, and maybe that person threatens them. And maybe that person's a law-abiding CCW permit holder, right? But after their training, after they got that certification, they had a divorce. Their child died. Several things happened in their lives. Mental health, as we know, is severely underinvested, right? So we're combining a significantly underinvested mental health apparatus that we have in our city, state, county, right, country, with the introduction of weapons that can cause harm. There is no way of saying that someone, just because you have a permit, means that you are a perfect law-abiding citizen. Everything comes with a price. People go through the life events, right? And you can never tell what someone's mind state is. And we shouldn't have to, and an officer shouldn't have to. This area is safe, this building is safe, we've had no incidents. Let's keep it that way. Thank you.
Councillor Ireland?
Well, we've been told the Constitution of the United States, namely the Second Amendment, states, "The right of people to bear arms shall not be infringed." I support the Constitution. I gain a better appreciation of our right to bear arms when I visited Moscow, Russia. My in-laws were living over there as humanitarian directors for the whole Eastern Europe for our church. My husband and I stayed with them while they were on assignment. They lived in a high-rise building on the 7th floor. Shockingly, they had a bulletproof, fixed safe door on their apartment with at least 7 locks. This security measure wasn't to keep out criminals. It was to keep out government authorities, the police. We can't trust our police to always be on our side. If we take our guns away, this is what happens. Everywhere I went in Moscow, the citizens were afraid of their authorities. They were more afraid of the authorities than they were criminals. That's how important our God-given rights are to freedom of speech, which we have expressed today, and to lawfully bear arms. My husband served on a mission in Switzerland. It's the opposite there. Every male is expected, if they're able-bodied, to serve in the military between 18 and 30. Everyone in that country, almost, in every household, owns a gun. Their crime rate is way lower than ours because they're responsible gun owners. People know how to use their guns, and everyone knows it. This is the way society should be. If we lose our right to bear arms, we will lose not only our safety, but our freedom, which is way more important than safety. If you go to other parts of the world where they have no guns, you see what has happened in many countries like China. Millions of people have died because they don't have guns. We need to rethink as a society what is really important. Our safety or our freedom. I backed opting out of this legislation that's come before us from the state. If the staff wants to write something that the city council only can carry as concealed carry, which we have been doing for years before this came about. I just want to say that I support the Constitution of the United States, and that's all I have to say.
Councilor Hart?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions for our Chief of Police.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Chief. So is it true that you have a place to do target practice in the basement of our police station?
So the old police station, the original one that is now the municipal court, which we're in the process of removing, that had a firing range in the basement.
But you don't currently have a firing range?
No.
Is there a firing range that?
We had one.
Okay, I think it would be good if you had one. So how often do our officers participate in target practice?
So, and Counselor, back to the first piece, we borrow Broomfield's range is where we train. The officers train at a minimum quarterly, if they have the opportunity, so at least 4 times a year. It's a minimum of 4 hours, but it ends up being usually 8 hours each quarter. And then if the staffing, call load, other training opportunities become available, and the range is available, then they have that opportunity to go up and seek in smaller groups additional range time.
So would you say that our officers have more stringent training than concealed carry permit holders?
I would say that our officers have more regular training. I think somebody that has a CCW permit, they may not have quite the different training types that also go with firearms training, where we have de-escalation training, because it's not always about It's not always about shooting. It's sometimes about de-escalation. There are other times where it's about verbal skills and trying to talk people down. And so coupled with our range training, I would say that officers, generally speaking, I can only speak for Westminster, that our officers receive more training annually than people that with a CCW permit are required to have. I can't speak obviously to the individual citizen, that is retired and spend 40 hours a week on the range, that type of thing. So there are going to be those anomalies, but I feel very confident in the training that our officers received and the amount of training that they received.
Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping us safe. So I have some comments as well, and I'm done with my questions, but thank you. So first, I'm going to start with the Constitution. When I was sworn in, I was sworn to protect the Constitution. And who decides how to interpret the Constitution is the Supreme Court. That is our judicial branch. And yes, my degree is in psychology, but it wouldn't surprise people to know that I took political science classes for funsies. I learned in one of my political science classes when we were talking about the Supreme Court and we were talking about the Constitution, that in 2010, our Supreme Court said the reason why we had the Second Amendment is because we did not have a national army. And we needed our citizens to be that army because we didn't have one. And now that we do have a national military to protect ourselves, the Supreme Court said that makes the Second Amendment null and void. So what the Supreme Court decided was to leave it up to the states. So each individual state could decide themselves. So this law is completely constitutional. Let's make that very clear. I am not in favor of this, and I am still upholding the Constitution according to the Supreme Court. Also, I would say that most of us, if you have lived the majority of your life in America, have been touched by gun violence. The first time I was touched by gun violence was 13. And then I was touched again by gun violence at 14, and then again at 15, and then I stopped counting. I personally know somebody who was shot at when they were trying to do their grocery shopping at Walmart, and the years of nightmares and suffering and what I have witnessed him go through because he was shot at. He is very lucky that the bullet hit his car and not him as he was running out of the store. And seeing what he has had to go through, missing work, July 4th is complete hell for him. Watching, his life has basically been falling apart. Also, I couldn't help but think about Harvey Milk, knowing that this was coming before us. And if anybody knows, Harvey Milk was shot along with the mayor by another council member who, because they knew they weren't allowed to have a gun, they snuck in through the basement. So this has happened multiple times in multiple cities. When I was at Red Rocks Community College, I was the president of the Southern Poverty Law Center Club. And in 2018, we had school walkouts all over the nation, March for Our Lives. And I headed up that march, that school walkout. I didn't even have school that day. I came to school that day to walk out. But I organized that walkout at Red Rocks because not long before that, my 12-year-old at the dinner table started crying, saying that she was afraid to go to school. She didn't want to go to school, and I asked her why, because she said she was afraid that somebody was going to come in with a gun, and she was afraid that she was going to die. This is not unique to my child. I was 15 years old when Columbine happened, and I've gone through many of the trainings at school, what to do during an active shooter drill. And shortly after the Pulse nightclub, which affected me deeply because that could have been me, I am LGBTQ and I like to go to gay clubs. We had an active shooter drill at my school just days after that happened. And there were people in the school that asked, maybe we wait, maybe we wait a few weeks. They decided not to. They also decided to make it a little bit more lifelike and have actual sounds, but they assured that the students wouldn't hear. I can say in my classroom, I heard. And we had a substitute teacher who didn't know what the active shooter drill was, so I got to lead the entire class through our active shooter drill, and then I went home and lost it and cried because it was way too close to Pulse, and we could hear the fake shots. Also, my first interaction running for office with gun owners in Westminster was on AR15.com, making fun of my gender, making fun of the fact that I used to be the president of the Southern Poverty Law Center Club. So to say that tonight is the first night I've come to council not feeling safe, that's absolutely true. I have never walked in here not feeling safe, but knowing that the same members wanted to come here tonight that were making fun of my gender and were making fun of the fact that I used to be on the Southern Poverty Law Center Club, the president, knowing that they probably have their guns in their cars right now doesn't make me feel very safe. Doesn't make me feel very safe. I think there's a time and place, and it's not here. My mom and sister live in the middle of nowhere, Oklahoma. I'm glad they have their guns. But we don't need them here. So I am not against all guns in all situations. I think there's a time and place, and here is not. I trust our officers. I trust our officers more than any concealed carry permit holder. They, not only do they have training more often, but the psychology behind having to make those quick decisions, I applaud you. I wouldn't want to be in your position. So I trust our officers, and I'm upholding the Constitution when I say no to this discussion, resolution. No. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem. So I will be honest, I have gone back and forth over this in my head, over trying to understand both sides of this conversation and to really take it seriously, to understand where those who are carrying to protect themselves are coming from and where their fears are coming from. And then also where others who, I think it's been very eloquently stated in terms of not only with the public comment, but with some of our council colleagues with their concerns about safety and the impact of gun violence overall. I think there's a very valid fear that people have. And I really, for me, I think all of us are coming from a place of wanting to stay safe. And I would hope that we all have compassion for one another and the way that we interpret how that happens. I don't want to negate feelings that people have, true feelings of fear and desire to protect themselves and the way in which they do that. I have a lot of gun owners in my family, and I have reached out not only to, family members, but to colleagues, to friends, a very diverse group of folks that are every sign of the political spectrum, to kind of hear from where they stand. And I've been doing this for days, and everyone loves me. I tell you that they're all tired of listening to, and having me ask for their perspective. But that's really what I was trying to understand and see, is there a way to have people meet in the middle or somehow accommodate for some of these concerns? So I'm not going to argue, the Constitution or where that goes. That's not my expertise for sure. I'm more responding to just where people are coming from. And I have to say that a lot of the gun owners that I reached out to, they too would prefer not to have guns in a city hall space. And that was something that I didn't expect to hear, to be honest. I didn't have, I don't have a depth of understanding with gun ownership. I personally, am afraid of guns and do not own one myself, but I know a lot of people who do, and I was really trying to understand, where do you stand on this? And so I think that broader perspective of understanding that most people don't want to see guns in the city hall arena, in the governing arena, and it comes out of fear for safety. And I completely understand that there is also a fear for safety for those who carry, and there's reasons why. And so please know that I do not want anyone to vilify anyone for the choices that they are making and how they choose to protect themselves. I honestly would like to understand if there's, some concept where, the police, and maybe this is a question for the chief, because I'm also wrapping my head around just what exactly is the scope of this bill with respect to how you have to manage these meetings, and particularly if it's not just in this building, if it extends to other locations.
Mayor Pro Tem, I guess my short answer would be it's not any different than what we would do any other day. When there are other public gatherings, when there are other council meetings off-site, those types of things, when we're asked to basically build a threat assessment of a certain area based off of information that we have or recent current events, we try and go through from A to Z, from site security to the physical structures to understanding from intel, looking through open source in the internet of things that are being said, be it comments, as it relates to all those types of things, trying to put together a comprehensive security package as it relates to that. Do we need to deploy the SWAT team? Do we need to deploy officers that are undercover? Do we need to deploy just uniform officers? So we're trying to understand what those specific events are as they happen and make those adjustments accordingly. So we've had events, we've had like the Harvest Fest. We had, without going into all the details, we've had a mix of all those things. So really what I would say is really going to depend on the location, but it also depends on topics to be discussed. It depends on rhetoric that's going on through the community, through the state, through the nation. Try and take all that into account when we're putting together a security package, if you will. I don't know if I answered that directly or not.
A bit. Let me add to the question too, because I know that, and I'll be honest, I will expose my naivete. I really didn't know that many people carried concealed weapons before really I got onto council. And I know that's, you probably can't understand that level of obliviousness, but I just didn't see it as a norm. I personally don't know people who carry, well, I do actually, but it's not part of my everyday personal life. And so this has been something that we've been living with for ever before the last couple of months when this legislation went through. Is that?
I can't say forever, but I
But
can
right,
say
yeah, for a long time.
decades.
Yeah. And I know you had concerns before, and wanted to actually not have concealed carry within the city hall prior to this. I know.
The way the law was currently constructed in our municipal ordinance, there was a gap there, and so that was a concern. I mean, it really was for me, somebody that's tasked with providing security for anybody in here and out of here, for both citizens, counselors, as well as employees.
How does having the knowledge that people might have concealed carry change your risk assessment or your planning either for here or offsite?
If it's allowed, we would make those changes. Obviously, if it's not allowed, I think quite honestly, I haven't cleared this with my boss, but other security layers probably need to be put into place, quite honestly. It's one thing to have a law saying, don't do this, but you also need other security measures. So, one of my recommendations would be to take the magnetometer that's out there, permanently install it. So it's not just a Monday thing, it is a everyday thing. It's those layers of security that help add to the work that the men and women in the uniform do. So it would be, obviously, I'm giving my opinion, look to the council to make their decision as to a policy, and then that is my task, is to make those adjustments and to make sure we can provide a secure and safe environment for everybody that's here. If we can harden the target, is how we refer to that, is if we can harden the target to make it more difficult to introduce weapons in here, is two words you'll never hear me say: always and never. Can't always and can't never. When we saw it last weekend. But what I would say is that target hardening gives us a better advantage to provide better safety and security for everybody that's coming into City Hall.
Two questions. One, the scope of the opt-out, does that then allow for during the day, employees to?
The way I would look to City Attorney Frankel or to the police legal advisor, my understanding is it's kind of an all or none. If we do this, it's not just during council meetings, it's not just during these events, it would be across the board for 24/7, if you will, if that makes sense.
Is that your read?
So, yeah, if I could, Dave Frankel, City Attorney. Couple of cautionary tales here. Discussing security arrangements in an open meeting is probably not a great idea. So I would caution City Council on that. These are discussions that are probably appropriate for executive session. If council wants to convene an executive session to discuss security measures, that would probably be appropriate. But with regard to City Hall right now, as of July 1st, this law went into effect. So as of July 1st, there is no concealed carry in City Hall. And as of 2008, there's been no weapons allowed for Westminster City employees on the job or in a city facility. So that's already in effect.
And would that be changed with the opt-out?
If City Council chose to opt out, the legislation has a very specific provision, and the scope of the opt-out would be only to permit, I believe, concealed carry in the chambers or galleries of a local government's body. So that would be right here. A meeting of the local government's governing body where it's being conducted, that's available as part of the opt-out. And the third is the official office of any elected member of a local government's governing body or of the chief executive officer of a local body, a local government. So those are the locations that are eligible for an opt-out. And we do have our police legal advisor here. If maybe you have additional questions that Ms. Roth could address.
Okay, my last question. The concern that folks have regarding outside of the building, are there things that, okay, not talking about security, but I'm just trying to understand, if people, I want people to feel safe coming here, and if there are extenuating circumstances, are there ways that they could contact the police department for additional assistance or security to come safely?
So what I would say is, I think where you were going, yes, we can make other arrangements, obviously without talking about that, without an executive session, probably the best route. But what I would also say is right here and right now, officers are working every city council, every study session. And anybody within the community, staff is aware of this, you all are aware of this. If the officers are here and they don't feel safe, they can come tug on their shoulder and say, hey, can you walk me out to the car? If they're not sure if these officers should be bothered, could be bothered, they can always call the non-emergency dispatch number at 303-658-4360 and ask for an officer to escort them out. We do that here. We also do that in the public. When we have retail shops closing and they're not feeling safe about getting out to their car in their parking lot. We'll stop by, make sure they get to their vehicle safe. So we wouldn't do anything different here that we're not already doing it in the community as it relates to providing a safe environment while we're there.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilor Carmelia?
Thank you. First, I want to say, I just want to acknowledge that we're all working towards the same goal, which is safety. And so I want to keep that in mind. And I just want to echo what's been said, I think, a couple times earlier, but we really should avoid any personal attacks over the right way to conduct our own safety. And then I just want to add that the issue before us is whether within this building here, citizens can carry a gun that they have received formal training to use. Overall, I'll keep my comments very short. I believe that it is, whether I believe it or not, it is a public safety issue. And so just like everyone else on this council, I put my trust in our police officers to do their job to protect us and everyone in here. And I tend to find a fact and cite my decisions based on that. And according to Clifford's Law Center, areas with more relaxed concealed carry standards correlate with approximately a 15% increase in violent crime. And so therein lies my decision ultimately, which is that, as we've heard, I think one more gun in the hands of someone other than an officer creates confusion and ultimately doesn't end well for others. So I'm going to say no.
That brings us to, we have a motion before us and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilor Demott.
Yes.
Councilor Zadi.
No.
Councilor Hott.
No.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
No.
Councilor Ireland.
Yes.
And Councilor Carmelia.
No.
The motion fails on a 4-3 vote.
Thank you. That brings us to Councilor's Bill number 22. Councilor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Councilor Bill number 22 on second reading, authorizing the issuance of tax-exempt utility enterprise revenue bonds, Series 2024, in par amount not to exceed $210 million for the construction of a new drinking water facility and related bond issuance costs.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 22. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Ireland.
I will not be voting for this. It's too expensive. It's going to burden the citizens, and the water rates are just going to go higher. So I will not be voting for it.
Roll call, please.
Councilor Azadi.
Yes.
Councilor Hott.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
Counselor Ireland?
No.
Counselor Carmelia?
Yes.
Counselor Demott?
No.
The motion passes on a 4-3 vote.
That brings us to Counselor's Bill number 23. Counselor Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass on second reading Council Bill number 23, adding new section 13-1-17, the Westminster Municipal Code, establishing special regulations for the Westminster Hills open space as amended.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Counselor's Bill number 23. Counselor Carmelia?
Room for discussion? I just want to add right here that I believe that this decision will ultimately cost the city more in the long run than it already is planned to do so, than any of the other options that we considered. And I do not believe that this decision takes into account all of the residents in the city. I do not believe it is in the best interest of the land or its wildlife. And I do not believe that it's in the best interest of our taxpayers. And so I will absolutely be voting against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I too will be voting against this again. As I think many know, I do strongly believe in the value of the space. I just was hoping that we could find a middle ground where we could conserve more space and find a way to meet the needs of all the residents outside of the dog owners. And so for many of the same reasons that Councilor Carmelia stated, those are the same concerns I have, but I am happy that we are retaining a space. It's just a lot bigger than what I had hoped. Thanks.
Counselor Hutt?
Yes, so I just want to thank the dog park guardians for finding the article that I referenced when I about how the land had been utterly destroyed by prairie dogs. There was an article in the Westminster Window about it. At the top of my head, I can't remember if it was 2012 or 2014, but it was either 2012 or 2014, talking about how that land was absolutely decimated by the prairie dogs. It was completely dirt, nothing else, and then the bubonic plague went through that population of prairie dogs and killed out 90% of the prairie dogs. Now, this is while it was a dog park. Now, while it continued to be a dog park, a lot of those grasses grew back, and some of those noxious weeds are there because of the prairie dog damage, because what happens when you have nothing but bare soil and bare dirt? You get weeds. So the fact that the land has been able to heal on its own, the fact that PRL has been able to go and remove some of those noxious weeds and reseed, and those seeds have been able to grow, tells me that the dogs are not destroying the dog park. Otherwise, it would not have healed the way that it has healed after the prairie dogs completely decimated. And that is in the Westminster Window. This is not something that I'm making up. This is something that has been documented. So we know for a fact that the dogs are not killing the grass. Otherwise, we would have no grass there. Thank you. Oh, also, I really don't think it's appropriate to be calling 5 members and thousands of residents ignorant from the dais. Thank you.
Councilor Azadi?
I just had a question for City Manager Andrews. When I think I saw somewhere, and I'm hoping I'm wrong, but that the timeline for the management plan and when we'll see the first draft, do we have a timeline yet? I saw a year. I don't know where I saw that, but is that wrong? Please say yes.
Councillor, thank you for the question. I'm going to ask Tomas Herrera-Michler if he could come and speak to the timeline for the production of the management plan.
I've discovered in my 2.5 years working here at Westminster and in municipal government that municipal projects travel at a slower speed than perhaps any of us would like. Just getting the RFP out for bid takes quite some time going through the lawyer's process. Cobblestone, the selection of a consultant that is appropriate to this project and that will work within the budgetary limitations takes time. Yes, there's a lot of time involved. And then specifically this project is going to require significant community engagement, all of which is going to take months to achieve. I do think that we're probably realistically looking at 1 year to get a plan from writing the RFP and getting it out there to being adopted. So, sorry.
Thanks for breaking my heart. Thank you.
Counselor Ireland?
I think that the Guardians discussed the 25, 30 acres tonight that we took off the table, that we couldn't use for off-leash dogs. Where does that stand? That's not in here. We would have to amend it, right? To allow that.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so the ordinance that is before you tonight was passed on first reading by City Council with one change, and that was the underlined language about the new provision taking precedence over the potentially conflicting provisions in other parts of the code. So the current draft does not address including the sister's property. I don't think staff would recommend trying to modify the ordinance tonight to include the sister's property, because I think the conservation easement is held by Jefferson County. And when we last spoke, we indicated, I think, that staff can approach Jefferson County to address the conservation easement on the sister's property, but I don't know that that has yet happened. Perhaps Mr. Herrera-Mishler could update us on the status of outreach to Jefferson County regarding their conservation easement.
I have spoken with Director Tom Hobie about this matter and sent him a letter requesting variance from the provisions of the conservation easement to allow for off-leash dog use. As I promised council, when I spoke with him, he did not sound very open to the idea, but I'm awaiting written response.
All right, thanks.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Hott?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Normella?
No.
Counselor Ireland?
Yes.
Counselor Carmelia?
No.
Counselor Demott?
Yes.
And Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 5-2 vote.
It is 10:25, and we will adjourn this meeting and go into our post-meeting hearing about wards. Thank
for
you.
killing
We're
me.
ready, we're set. We're ready to start our post meeting. Welcome.
Madam Mayor. I just wanted, Mayor Pro Tem and councilors, thank you for this opportunity. I'm reintroducing Pam Anderson. You've all met her before. And Ms. Anderson was the one who took the wards committee through their 2 meetings on the 9th and the 18th. I think they went very well, so she's going to walk through the recommendations and the process that they went through.
Good evening, Pam Anderson here. Great to be back with you, and I'm really excited to share with you the recommendations from the Wards Advisory Committee. Give you the highlights of the meetings and the process that we went through. I want to say on behalf of Chair Anita Seitz and all the members, I want to thank them both for their contribution for your appointments and to say it was an incredibly positive experience. I want to talk a little bit more about that. They were engaged and thoughtful and respectful of differing opinions. They were open to challenge when necessary and incredibly focused on the scope of the task for which you gave them in the ordinance. And so we'll do a couple of highlights over the meetings, and then recommendations, and answer any questions, and discussion is the plan for tonight. I know it's late. We will move as expediently as possible.
Gosh, it's not midnight yet.
Yeah.
It's your time.
It's early.
In our first meeting, we really set out to outline what the goals and objectives for the committee were. First, starting with the citizens' vision as set out by the ballot question, and then the goal outlined by the ordinance, and really focusing in for the objectives on the very specific scope that you set for the committee. Which included discussing, evaluating, and recommending both the number of wards and the number of counselors per ward or at large. The recommendation coming for you tonight is from the committee per the ordinance. And the committee was able to focus on those recommendations due to the excellent direction that you set out through the ordinance, but also really robust debate and discussion and evaluation for the data that we were able to pull together for them. I thought it would be helpful to also talk a little bit about timeline and where we're at regarding both the ballot question and this process. The council was really looking for, from the committee, citizen input, and there's going to be multiple times for which you'll be able to get citizen input from the community on a system of wards to go to the ballot. Again, we started with the ballot question first, and in the spring, we met at the spring session. The committee met twice, as the city clerk mentioned, and this summer, and now we're building that next block, one to give you some recommendations to start with. I know that there's been a lot of conversation around timeline. First of all, the committee discussed the timeline in a slide very similar to this, knowing that in 2024, for a charter amendment, there is time to place the charter amendment on the ballot. It's an aspirational goal, certainly, for the community to go for this election. But there's also the inclination and there's really strong desire to do it well, not just quickly. And that was part of the discussion of the committee. And they were successfully able to come to consensus on these recommendations for you and give you the option to still meet the aspirational goal. So that'll be part of the discussion tonight. Once the decision is made this evening, whether to move forward with the charter amendment, the next phase, if adopted by the community through the charter amendment, we would move into the district mapping and the implementation for the process. And then finally, electoral implementation, depending on what the districts look like, and staggering, and will determine when it's fully implemented by elections. Any questions about that part of the discussion? Okay. The committee talked about, similarly to as you did in the spring, to the principles of redistricting, the things that we need to pay attention to, both with the U.S. Constitution, our state constitution and state laws, as well as on non-constitutional principles around communities of interest, residency, compactness, things that both legally and through case law has been determined that we need to pay attention to in this process. The governance piece, the scope with which the committee was dealing with, did not deal with all of these, right? Governance particularly deals with just the structure of the system, but this conversation helped with context in order to make some of the recommendations on systems. We also did some exercises around values. I think it's always important when we're getting around the table to say where we're coming from, the things that each of the community members, committee members, on behalf of the community, their values that they represented. I want to point out that these are in no particular order. And we did a few exercises with Post-it notes as well as Slido. Larger words, equity, representation, and community, are larger because more than one person mentioned those as big factors and things that they were thinking about through this process. I do think that it's worth mentioning that in the evaluation phase, when we were talking about it, other values emerged, including communication, being able for citizens to be able to communicate effectively and efficiently with their members, with their counselors. And so it was robust and also energizing to talk about some of the reasons why we've come to this place in Westminster. The evaluation phase, you can see this information on the webpage for the committee. We did some council governance evaluation just on population and how some of your cohort in council government are structured, taking a look both at population as representation, how many representatives per district, and I think that was an important level setting. And then we also moved into an evaluation, similar to what you will do as a council. How do you take the information presented before you and evaluate a particular policy using that evaluation? So we did an exercise that I thought would be important to share with you around, does the county line, the two counties in your jurisdiction in the city of Westminster, have a lot of meaning around communities of interest? Are they distinct communities with respect to districts? And the reason why we looked at this, and it was actually pretty revelatory even for me, is you have certain amounts of population if you draw a line down the middle of your, not down the middle, but down your municipality. And about 2/3 of that population resides in Adams, and about 1/3 resides in Jeffco. If you're following the constitutional principle of one person, one vote, and getting to the ideal of as equal population as possible, case law says that less than 10% variation is important on that. So we went through the exercise on if we were just looking only at population, what governance model would that options would that present? And it turned out that there's really just one, 5 districts for equal population if you were going to respect 2/3 of the population and put a line for the county line, and those districts being at least separated by one line by county. That would also be by multiples of 5, so 10 districts would also work to bring you under that deviation requirement in case law. So it was an important exercise, one, to apply some of our data in a practical situation, but it also was an important question to sort of narrow options. The committee determined that county was not a significant community of interest in their evaluation, and so it did not play into one of their final recommendations. Oops, sorry. Some of the additional data that we looked at, and I want to give a great big thanks to Lauren and the team at GIS, was the mapping layers that you can see on the website through the link in the materials, as well as in the meeting materials. And they looked at information like census data, not just population, precincts, other political districts like House and State Senate districts. Where do those lines land? Ultimately, all of that information, including zip codes, while informative in context, the committee really brought the scope back right to the governance, knowing that most of that examination is going to take place in the next phase in drawing district lines. But it does provide a useful tool as we're preparing for that next, if and when we prepare for that next stage. And then finally came evaluation and deliberation and having conversations and polling the committee and determining where they were going to land. After the first meeting, they really had a wide array of options for governance. And in the second meeting, we went through processes of discussion and consensus building and to narrow the options and came to recommendations. I think one of the things important to do is make a few definitions clear for terms of art. We've talked about wards and districts. They are interchangeable, but we're going to use the term ward until the charter is changed, maybe, if that was a different option. And a ward is the geographic electoral district, so the actual physical geographic electoral district, with representative or representatives residing within the district. At large, the representative is elected citywide and can reside anywhere within the city limits. And tonight we'll be looking at any direction you feel is required for these recommendations. I would say that through the process, a few themes emerged, and they really were very thoughtful in discussing where the members landed regarding a few things. One, growing the number of members of council. They were incredibly sensitive to both the fiscal impact, and there was a great deal of conversation around that. And so you will see one recommendation for growing the council to a 9-member council. That's recommendation number 3. However, that initial conversation with options from the plan was a larger council. And there were options that were a status quo. So I feel like these recommendations really reflect the consensus. The consensus was majority for all of them, equal consensus, and there was no minority opinion on the recommendations. And every single member of the committee supported putting these 3 recommendations forward. The first recommendation being a 7-member mayor and city council with 3 geographic districts with 2 councilors each, and 0 at-large councilors. Recommendation number 2, 7-member mayor and city council, so the same size, 4 wards with 1 councilor each, plus 1 at-large councilor. The at-large versus geographic districts had some conversation as well, similar to the discussion that we had this past spring about some of the advantages for having at-large council members, both in growing leadership, interest in running for mayor at-large, as well as having more than one natural person representing each different districts. Finally, in recommendation number 3, it was growing the council to a 9-member mayor and city council, which would be 3 wards with 2 councilors each, plus 2 at-large councilors. And that reflected the desire to have an option where the staggered terms and that value of having someone that had a little bit more experience in one district always in place in advance of another election. So those are the 3 key recommendations from the committee, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
What am I missing with recommendation 2? I only come up with 6.
That's what I was going to say. There's only 6 on there.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So 4 plus 1 is 6, making a 7-member council district.
4
Right?
wards, that's 4 plus
1 at large.
5 plus the mayor is 6.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I must have that. Addie, can you look back to see what it was? Sorry, it's probably a typo.
It was typing the meeting, there were 2 at large.
2 at large,
2 at large.
sorry. Typo, my apologies. Thanks for the math.
I just was going, I can't make it work.
Yeah, 2 at large, my apologies.
Okay, everybody's had time to look at all of this, and to not go into the wee hours of the morning, let's do a quick poll. Thumbs up if you like recommendation 1, you be my tally, Mr.
Just let me
City
tell
Manager.
you one thing. The reason they picked number 1, a few of them, because they're afraid if you have counselors at large plus a mayor, they could all be in the same ward. Like it'd make a power ward. That's why they recommended that one. You could have 4 city councilors in 1 ward.
How?
Mayor and the 2 at large.
At large.
And
then
plus
the 2.
1 other.
Could be 4 people in the same ward.
You don't control that. You don't know who's gonna run. Okay, who likes recommendation 1? Any thumbs up?
I mean, are we only getting to vote for 1?
No, you can vote for more.
Okay.
But, so 1,
Everyone
2,
can vote
3,
for all
4,
of them.
5, 6, 7.
7, okay. That's easy.
Okay, recommendation 2, and make that 2 at-large counselors.
So
I could live with that.
number 2, I like, except for, I just think it, so feedback. I really like it, except I think it should be 5 wards and 1 at large.
Well, this is their recommendation, so
yeah.
let's see where we're at. So, recommendation 2.
Can we change later?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll change
We're
later
just
if I
doing a
need to.
quick poll. Recommendation 3.
It's a lot of people.
Nobody.
Get 7
Okay.
for 1.
We'd all be talking 2 more people.
You might go to 2 a.m. instead of.
Each additional adds 3 hours of meeting time.
Okay, so 1 or 2. We'll start discussion. Obi?
Yeah, sitting in on that last advisory committee, I did hear a lot of the opinions as to why at-large doesn't make sense. And I've been thinking about this since then. And I do agree. I think the mayor is at-large. That makes sense, right? Has the full scope of the whole city. We don't need an at-large counselor. I see the value to what you said, Pam, on leadership building and all that stuff, but that's not enough to, so the way I see it is, if you think about equity, right, you don't solve equity with equality. Meaning, we know that the South, so historic Westminster has been historically underserved. I think the risk of having an at-large counselor to that point of a super ward, right? You can have 3, 4 people from the same ward those other 2 options. That creates this situation where it likely won't be from historic Westminster, those folks, and they'll continue to be underserved. So I think going to the extreme, if you want to call it that, of getting rid of the at-large completely and saying, well, okay, you will get 2, right? 1 ward would be in the South. You'll get 2 and you will definitely be represented, I think is my opinion, and as to how we should try to shift the paradigm and give them more representation. So I'm a fan of number 1 for that reason, but I am open to hear what you guys have to say.
Councilor Hott?
I'm a bigger fan for recommendation 2, but I'm open to recommendation 1. I like the idea of having 4 wards over 3. I think it's better as far as representation goes. And also, I think more people will be able to run. The more wards we have, the less population, which means the less it costs to run, which I know has been a determining factor for some people who would like to run. And so I think it would be easier to run if we had 4 wards, and I think it would be more representative to have 4 wards versus 3, because you have a smaller population that you're representing.
Councilor Carmelia?
I think that the option number one seems a very natural break. Almost everyone I know has said, 3 makes sense. Can I get more information from you about the 4? Why 4? Because what you explained about the 5 makes a lot of sense in my mind, because it breaks up so nicely with the math. So why did they vote for 4?
I think the county line 5 and 1 option, was the 5-member discussed, although it doesn't have to be the county line to that point. There was discussion, I would say, the more number of wards, there was a great deal of discussion on the size, the relative size of the wards, and so meaning how much population they're represented. So in other words, this data here, looking at your cohort by overall city population and roughly how many sort of narrowed the 3 to 4 versus 5, because it would land, 3 or 4 would land you, not because it would land you in that cohort, but it didn't seem to be an outlier. There was far more discussion on the smaller number of population, the more representative it felt. So meaning the larger number of wards, right? 3 to 4 to 5 or more.
And do we have a number on about how many, I was looking for it here, I'm not sure if I see it. How many people would we be representing if it was 4 wards?
Yes, we can, this is the 4.
There's 40,000
Okay,
households.
so 4 is 29,450.
It was like a households, it'd be a third of that.
Yeah, this was divided by 2, so this is.
And then 39,266 with 3.
39, okay.
So they're all households, that's individuals, all vote even.
Okay, I guess that's pretty median for the, comparing it to these other districts that I'm seeing. Yeah, I'm just trying to compare numbers. What is everybody else doing? So.
And I can show you just, they went from, sorry, let me get to the right. These were sort of where the discussion started off of the first meeting. It changed a bit in the second meeting, and then the narrowing happened, so.
I'm still thinking it through. Right now, I think that option number 1 makes a whole lot of sense, and so it's probably going to be hard to sway my vote elsewhere, just because but yeah.
Sorry, Ellen? So I'm for option 1. Reason being, you can alternate the election every time, so there's a senior member that can show the next person the ropes kind of deal. Also, the cost, changing the dais, changing this room, it's a cost. And we know it'd be longer meetings too. Sorry for that one.
Councilor Dumont?
Option 1, for the same reason. I think that having a senior member in a ward is good, because if you only had 1 per ward, you may have the ward with the weak counselor that's not good at debating things and isn't ready to do the job. So I think it's important to have some tenure.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Everybody's convincing me off of where I was originally starting. Because when I had done some research on this, in terms of the more successful council structures, it was that there should be some level of at-large. So that you don't get factions, and so.
I would, I'm sorry, Madam.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would add that it's an increasing trend. The at-large is becoming more common. When you look at that chart that I had up before, I don't want to make anybody car sick by flipping all the way back, but if you'd like to, there are, in the cohort more with at-large, but it's certainly, a little bit more versus the fixed.
Because I do like the 3, or at least having 2 people per ward, because your points about having, the staggering. Yeah, no, yeah, I mean, if it were just me, I would probably go with 3, haha. And yes, I know that's more people, but it gives you that balance of having seniority, having, not seniority, but like experience, the double representation per ward, plus kind of balancing out that decision-making process. So, that's, you know, I may be alone in that. Yeah.
I'm for 1. Oh,
I
go ahead,
would
sorry.
add on 3, since you mentioned 3. You know, they started with the more options. The committee did have a larger council option as well. And there was acknowledgement that political viability on increasing the size of council is something for this body to also consider, which is why they preserved an option for increasing it, but not to the point that some of the options were, like a 12 or 13 member mayor and city council. So I think it's important to reflect that conversation as well.
I mean, it's hard to run at large. And I appreciate the value of, you know, number 1. But yeah, there's.
Yeah, and the political viability was around, it may not be popular and unsuccessful in the charter amendment.
Oh, I see what you mean. Making it bigger.
Okay, I counted more than 4 for number 1.
So I think at this point, it would be fair to tee up the discussion on timeline, whether or not moving forward for coordinating on this election or a future election. And so that sort of direction would be helpful, because we do have our attorneys here. We could talk about timeline, but to coordinate on the ballot, you're going to need to pass an ordinance for the charter amendment and send certified ballot content in early September. And so the opportunities to do that in a couple of meetings, Abby can speak to schedule as well.
Yes, we definitely, if there is an appetite to move quickly, we can have the first reading on the 12th, and then the second reading on whatever date the second meeting is in August. Sorry, I don't know what that is right off the top of my head. Yeah. So it is possible. It just, we don't want you to feel like you're rushed, or that, you know, there isn't opportunity for other community input or whatever that may be. Your
Yeah, I think
druthers?
one way to put it is there's more than one bite at the electoral apple to do a charter amendment, so.
Councilor Camelia?
Well, a thought that it's been on my mind that I want to bring up now is that I'm so glad we did this study, and it sounds like it went really well. And I just want to think about what this impact might be on other areas of the city, such as our businesses. And so I was wondering how we incorporate feedback from the chamber, for example, or how we, you know, if there's, I want to make sure that there's no unforeseen impacts that we haven't at least talked about. And so while I don't want to delay, I just want to make sure I'm doing my due diligence by bringing up, okay, have we talked to businesses? What do they want to see? And are there other stakeholders we haven't considered in the conversation?
Councilor Demott?
I appreciate that feedback. I have been through this discussion for many years in a couple iterations, one that wasn't successful on the ballot, the last one that was. And I think what I heard from people is they want to be able to make a real decision. And even with our last one, even though it was successful, they still were, folks were disappointed that they weren't actually getting to vote on whether or not they were going to have wards. So one of the things that the prior council was really, which 4 of us were part of that discussion, was to have this timeline and have a group that we just had who is comprised of, you know, community members to come up with this work product. So for me, I couldn't imagine belaboring this any longer, since we actually have work product that 7 of us, I mean, everybody pretty much said that they could live with one. So for me, I think that it's time for it actually to get put out to the voters. I think that's all fair, but I do think, you know, it's not even just a business thing. I know that, like, Dave's team's gonna have a ton of work if this passes, so, you know, it's time to decide whether or not we're gonna have to go down that path.
Attorney Frankel?
Yeah, I would just add to that. I think the ton of work is coming before the ballot language is finalized, because the ballot language that you would be passing theoretically on first reading on August 12th, you'd probably want to talk about on August 5th. And that ballot language would create a system that would implement recommendation number 1. So recommendation number 1 is not a short, shall there be 3 times 2 plus 1, right? Recommendation number 1 is a series of changes to our charter that would create a whole new system that doesn't exist today. So I guess the questions I would look to Mr. Munch and Mr. Graham on, who have, I think, been part of this process, would be to get realistic, you know, sense of what needs to be drafted and what kind of conversations we'd probably want to have on the 5th of August ahead of first reading.
Matthew Munch, Assistant City Attorney. I've been working on this, and I've already gotten, I think I've done a fairly comprehensive job of identifying what charter sections would need to change in order to incorporate this, and it's not going to be small. It's 5 or 6 different sections, I believe 6. In terms of just putting it on the books, that can be done. But there's a whole other matter, which is the transitional provisions. Right now, you have everyone elected at large in staggered groups. And there are any number of ways to try to do that, but absent someone telling me specifically otherwise, we try to make an organization that would not take anyone's seat away. The easy way to do that, if relatively speaking, would essentially be to slowly phase this in over the course of several elections, and you wouldn't have full ward representation until for a number of years. There are any number of other things. I could imagine the city council wanting to discuss that more than just hearing me say it. But the transitional provisions alone, I imagine you'd want to have an extended conversation, and we would need some specific guidance on the recommendation we would bring to you. So we can get it done. We will execute what the city council tells us to do, but it would be some drafting. And when we submit these, it would end up being a fairly large, a larger charter amendment than you might think.
Councilor Ireland?
I'm for moving forward to get it on the ballot.
That's what I heard everybody say why we're here. We were sort of pushing everybody to get it on this year's ballot instead of pushing it off one more year.
Yeah, let's do it.
I mean, that was definitely my question of what does the transition look like, and on an already long ballot, might as well just lengthen it a little bit more, you know, because there'll be quite a bit of words, I would imagine. So that, you know, hopefully people will read it and vote on it.
Yeah, the charter amendment itself won't be the actual ballot language, it'll be a summary.
Shall we amend the charter too?
Shall we amend the charter, but yes, there will be several points.
Yeah, and then there we also have to include, I believe, in some of the publications at least, the full charter language, and that will be lengthy.
Will we need to approve or put in there that what the transition looks like, or is that?
That's later on, isn't it?
The transitional provisions will have to be part of the charter amendment. Right now, it would have to govern how future city councils are elected, so it would have to be in the charter, and it's not there right now. I've heard an appetite to maintain staggered terms. That's good feedback. But yes, the transitional provisions would have to be in the charter.
Start with mine. I'm termed out next year. Move down the line.
But a complicating factor is the residency requirement, right? So I think even first staggered, then residency, I think is the things we look at. Regarding incumbency, it's called hijacking or kidnapping an incumbent. And so we certainly would want to make sure you're fully briefed on what that looks like with, given the system.
And to get on, would we have, if we, those 2 readings in August, if I miss the latter one, does that make it too late, or is there any wiggle room?
No, there's no wiggle room in there. Because of the Labor Day holiday,
So
Yeah.
that decision would have to be made at that time. Of course, you could push it to, the guidance from the citizens was 2026. So there would be a whole nother year to do it if you missed that deadline.
If we had to sneak in a special meeting, could we?
I don't see why not, as long as it's properly noticed.
yeah, we definitely could sneak in a special meeting for the first reading. It's the second reading we would run into a problem. So if we could get the issues resolved before August 19th, which is normally a study session, we could add a special meeting that night, do first reading in that, and then the next week do the second reading.
Is August 5th the city council meeting?
Study session.
So the 19th is city council meeting?
Oh, yeah.
It would be a special meeting on the 19th. Right now, the 19th would otherwise be a study session, I think. The regular meetings in August are likely the 12th and the 26th of August.
You are correct. And the 26th is too late?
No, the 26th is okay, but we can't go past the 26th.
You could do 12 and 26 or 19 and 26.
I would just ask, is there a way we could talk about this on the 5th? Because I think you're going to want to have a conversation that will inform our drafting.
Yeah.
So that's what my question was gonna be, are we gonna miss the conversation to talk about this more in depth? But I'm glad we're figuring out a way to make that happen. If we can make that happen, I'm okay with forcing this ahead, but I wanna make sure we all talk, whether that's a special meeting or whatever that looks like.
So that could be a study session on August 5th, followed by a first reading on either the 12th or the 19th, with the second reading on the 26th.
Which, I'm not sure what you have scheduled, I'm so sorry, but.
We can make room on the August 5th agenda, I believe, Abby, right?
Yes.
Yep. Yep, it's doable. From a administrative perspective, from a legal perspective,
I'll come up with something, whether you like what I come up with. You are here to edit it to make sure that it meets your intention, but I will come up with a way, if this is all right with you, I will come up with a way to transition the city councils and then wait for you to tell me what a terrible idea it is.
You haven't steered us wrong yet.
I think we might just owe you a month after this or something.
And when will we first see the draft of the language of the ballot question?
I'm gonna get started on it tomorrow. I have the sections that need to be modified, isolated, and, but I didn't come up with separate plans to do a transitional provision for all of these different options, not knowing which option the city council would prefer. So I will get started on it first thing tomorrow, but I don't know what obstacles I'm gonna run into or what advice I'm gonna need to get from my fellow attorneys.
And I ask because, it's gonna be important how that is written, right?
Yes.
You're a lawyer, right? But we may be able to have that second set of eyes to say, hey, this is really confusing, people won't understand what this says.
Okay.
Can we change? So as long as we have the opportunity to mold.
I think that's gonna be critical.
Keep it as simple as possible.
The as possible part of that will be operative.
I mean, I hope that we can do, as Counselor Demott was saying, several of us are up in 25, and so it would make sense to have those start the clock, or start the transition, but not have to, wipe out the entire council at one time, because I feel like
Where did the three of us live?
Yeah.
Southwest.
We're all over the place.
North.
She lives up by me.
Southwest.
So it actually would work, depending on how you
Two,
did
two,
it, because
yeah.
I'm turned out, you are not.
can do it.
I mean, you, geographically, it could probably work, but.
The other-
Mayor's up for elections, so.
We would need time, so we don't actually know what the district boundaries are
We
going
don't
to be.
know where the
and
lines are, that's
that
the challenge.
Has to be taken very, very seriously. That is where you can really get into problems that land you in federal court, in a bad way. Not that there's that many good ways to land in federal court, but it really is, getting the ballot through is just a matter of me writing something and you not objecting too strongly to what I write. Setting the district boundaries really has to be done very, very carefully, and if it's done wrong or if it's done in a hurry, that can be some real problems. So there has to be a certain amount of time to get that done. So it's not as if we're going to have the charter amendment and then all of a sudden we're going to have people from wards ready to go. We'll have to tread really quite carefully.
So I just watched this happen with my day job, and the way that they transitioned into wards, which is happening this year, is that they are making all the council members run in this election in November, and then based on the number of votes, that gives you either a 4-year or a 2-year term. And so my question is that are there, instead of doing that, are there other ways to transition this ward thing into the council versus everybody having to be wiped out? Or is there some rule, like, once you set districts, you have to follow those districts no matter what?
So my first thought is essentially you could have all the currently serving city council members fill out their term, which would, I think there's a lot to argue in favor of that. So, because if you start kicking somebody out of office without a recall election of the citizens, I could see that
There's a
creating more
legal
work for me.
prohibition against shortening the term, yeah.
What you could do is you could have the next group who is up for election, instead of being elected to a 4-year term, be elected to a 2-year term. And that would then reset everybody in the same election. So in that following election, 2-ish years, that is when everyone would be voted for wards. And then you could have in each ward, 2 people elected from each ward. The first person elected, highest vote getter elected to a 4-year term, second highest to a 2-year term. That is the easiest way for me to do it, and that has the benefit of that sort of 2-year delay is enough time to really get started and make sure you get your districts right with regards to all of the things that have to be considered in the districts. But it is a delay. I haven't really thought of any other good options. I'm sure they're out there, but that's one of the reasons why I don't want to give you an answer about exactly when I'll get this to you, because I want to see what else I can think of. I know that first option would work.
Will the design of the wards be another ballot question in 25 if we?
That would be unusual. The wards would generally, it requires, they have to be set, there's rules that we're gonna put in, compactness and contiguity, things like that, but they also have to be within a certain population of each other ward. Usually that's gonna be something city council is going to decide, with staff recommendation and a lot of math and a lot of experts digging into the population statistics.
As we talked about in the spring, you can have another, and in your ordinance contemplated reforming a committee, if that's something the council wanted to do in order to get citizen input in that type of process for drawing district lines, considering all the constitutional and non-constitutional principles you need to follow. But it is most typical for council to then adopt a plan and move forward, so it would not be required to go back to a vote.
And you run into the issue of, if population moves around such that the current wards are no longer acceptable and the people vote against your redistricting plan, are you stuck with a ward system that you know is unacceptable?
I believe we need to give you a lifeline, that as you get into this, if it you can see it's just not the time that you need to do it correctly, you tell us.
Yes, ma'am. But I've been given the guidance. I'm confident I'll be able to give you something. Well, I will absolutely be able to give you something in the timeline you need. Whether it's good enough for you will be your determination.
Anything else? It is 11:23. We thank you for being here. Yes?
Could I just make one comment, and that is to thank you again, but also I really want to thank the committee members and the job you did in appointing these fine members. Last week, for some of us, felt like a year, and I work in other capacities in the political violence space, and I have to say that having the experience with this committee and the way they collaborated and were straightforward and challenged, in a civilly discourse, respectful way was so commendable. And your community should be really proud.
And you, Pam, by the way, you've done a great job so far.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to work with them.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. And it is now still 11:23. And then,